Hola, ¿cómo
Hello.
está?
Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hi, Patrick.
Hey, brother made it.
Hey, Bubba, what you doing? Nice to see ya.
All right, I
So,
had to pause
everybody's
my
doing
music.
tonight? Come on in, get settled. Remember to share this out to all your social medias.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to do
Yes,
that.
You know, the usual shit. Fun, fun, fun. Uh,
But hello, Maggie. Karen, don't even think about it. Leave her be. Bro.
are we all ready for an amazing show? I think I lovingly bullied enough damn people.
yeah. I think we've got a good amount of submissions this week. I am stoked.
18. 18 is the most we have ever had on one
Hell
flippin' show.
yes. That is
Yep.
fantastic.
I was talking with
And a
Bitzer
lot of
before.
and we do have some newbies in tonight too.
Yes. Um, I was telling Bitzer before we went live when we were just talking background and I was doing clerical stuff. Sorry for the pings, everybody. Just bad. Um, the way that we've got the tracker spreadsheet set up for tracking how many words are read out on the show, it also has monthly pages that tell us how many people uh submitted and what the total word count, how many submissions it was, list them all out. Um, and we have 18 already for the month of June. The highest month we had was January, which was 22. So we just need 4 more people to submit, and we will have tied January for number of submitters.
That is fantastic.
Ugh, we're all about geeky numbers around here. Oh, you're here by request. Okay.
Whose
I guess that's
request?
better than saying
I don't know.
you're here by demand because we didn't demand him to be here. We just asked.
Take my hair down
And
because
for
it's
our
a petite.
audience, if you do not have a Twitch channel, you're watching this, whatever, or you share it out to people, also consider sharing out the YouTube. The YouTube is on a slightly bigger delay. Sorry. But essentially, if somebody doesn't have a Twitch channel, we're the only thing that they're watching over here. Yeah, consider coming over, but tell them that we're also simulcast on YouTube.
I 100% put both links in my posts.
There we go. Yes, rope in your friends. We were talking today about the whole point of Hold My Pen Promptcast is to get people writing. That was what Julie started this on. It was writer's block. Going, what do I do? I want to write, but what do I write? Prompts spark creativity. And again, this is a common question that people ask. Like, well, the prompt doesn't fit. I don't have a character that name, or I don't have a character that is that profession. So change it. The whole point of the prompts, generally speaking, is to prompt your creativity. Flesh it out, move it, change it to whatever's going to fit your world. The point is that it's sparking something in your brain. We can actually point to the second prompt ever. It was on New Year's Eve. An alien breaks into a prison. Okay. My non-humans were breaking into a ship's brig. Julie had really kind of scary aliens attacking a prison, and it was more from the prison guards perspective, right? And like, holy shit, war of the worlds kind of shit, you know. And then our friend RL Parker, he did one from the aliens perspective, who spoke in Gen Z, or his
because that's what
translator did.
his translator.
His translator spoke in, and it was hilarious because it was all funny, ha ha, play on words, and you know, the prison guards killed him. So one prompt, one concept prompt, and three very different stories that were completely Maggie May.
I love how we get like very interesting sentences because it's like how we Maggie May totally realistic because it is. It's real life
Because it's
because
the
we don't.
diva.
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, we don't
She's the
chew.
Hold My Pet Propcast cat, or one of them.
One of them. We got
Technically,
what?
we've got 4 or 5.
Nine? Nine. Well, no, all 7 of my Clowder have made an appearance. Both of your cats have made an appearance. Nipper, back when Nipper was around, made an appearance. Nikki made an appearance. And then Styx has Stream Cat, right? You know, so the books and cats, they go together so
Yeah, I
well.
mean, there was a meme going around or a video going around for a while. If you had a cat and a book, you would have sales. So everybody would hold up their cat and hold up their book going, "Now buy it."
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I'll have to remember that when we publish mine.
Yeah, and Ace even mentioned my one time we had a starting first line that included a bridge and a clock striking midnight and shit. I took that one line and spaced it out into more of a starting concept, and it was a paragraph and a half made up of 5 sentences.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
The whole point is for it to spark your creativity. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it spawns a whole new work in progress, sorry, not sorry. Y'all are good. Okay. Like I was even saying earlier today, some of the stuff that you have given us in rough draft form that I have had the utmost pleasure of reading out or hearing on this platform is leaps and bounds better than some of the honey wagon liquid pig shit that I have read that is actually published. Just saying. So, as you know, we are the Hold My Pen Promcast and Chaos Incarnate. We are already approximately 14 minutes in, and we all we've done is talked about Hold My Pen. Julie, can you take away introductions while I go check and make sure that somebody's not fucking around in the kitchen?
Good going. Okay. I am Julie DeFisher, author of Destined for More and Crossroads, written right here on this show, by the way. Um, right to my other side over here, we have Easy Gross, my co-host, and our resident writer, reader, all around baddie, keeps my ass looking good. I just one of those things. Kesh Butler. And as you guys know, stay to the end of the show because even when we do break it into 2 shows, we still roll for the prompt on Saturday night. So you want to be here on Saturday nights so you can have your opinion heard on what the next week's prompt's going to be. Now, this week's prompt seemed to be a doozy for a lot of people because you were either ending a project or trying to figure out where it fit in your project where you didn't give too much away about the story. We all had a roughie this week. But Izzy, what was our prompt for this week?
This prompt, this week's prompt was to use the dialogue. I knew how it would end the moment you walked in. And it was up against the line, the air felt heavier as Carter approached the forest, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. And the concept, a map leads a character to a hidden island full of mythical creatures. Now, some of our prompters like to challenge themselves, take it on as a personal challenge to see how well, yeah, one of them is right there on the screen, how well they can merge all three into one submission. Which I'm very glad that we have now started to instead of rolling a 100-sided die, although that was fun. Um,
Yeah, but the cat kept taking off my dice.
the cat kept taking off with your dice, and by putting the full total in a random number spinner or whatever, we can get them from anywhere in the list, right? And now that also means that we don't have to A, have 6 fucking prompts each week, and B, we don't have to randomize the list anymore, technically, right? And because you guys are suggesting so many prompts, we're not going to have to go out and find any at the beginning of next year, right? We're just not. You guys are providing so many freaking prompts in our writing prompts channel over on the Discord. Again, once I get them into the master document, they receive a little green checkbox mark, and I put the totals in there, and that's what Julie will roll for. I don't think I updated this week, not with numbers. So that's fine. We've got like on average 150 prompts for each category, so we're good there. Totally good there. Don't forget, make sure that when you do a submission, you are not violating Twitch terms of service. You are not violating YouTube's terms of service. Everything gets as soon as the live is ended over on YouTube, it is up and running. It's there in perpetuity. Don't forget, make clips. If you found that something was incredibly funny, my reaction, Julie's rage baiting, and you decide that you want to make that as a clip, please do so. Because we only have 1 to 3 VODs up on our page at a time, the clips that you guys find funny are what other people will see when they come across our page and start to look at it. Also, don't forget, holdmypenpromptcast.com is live. We are looking for testimonials. How Hold My Pen Promptcast has helped you. Use a screen name, use your pen name, however you want to do it. Uh, Send it over in, oh shit. Julie, where are they supposed to send that? To the Hold My Pen Promptcast email? Their testimonials?
Send what? I was out of the room.
Send
Oh,
their,
yes. Please send them over to the HMPP email, but also write in the subject line that it is your testimonial.
mm-hmm.
So that
Speaking
way
of
we
subject
know and
lines,
we can get it over to the right person.
yeah, we can get it over to our webmaster, which I have to get up with so that way uh I can help out with doing the things. Um I miss making websites. So the fact that he's got it all set up running, there's a reason we call him our tech support Viking. But yeah, speaking of subject lines, when you send it in, because your name as it comes in could be a legal name, could be your screen name from your email, whatever you've got that set up, sometimes that doesn't match what your chosen pen name is for the story or for the line of whatever. So all we need in the subject line, which comes through as bolded text on the screen, is author name, your pen name, and your word count. If you want to include any kind of trigger warnings, pronunciation keys, any kind of like, hey, this might be a little whatever, you want to preface it, put that in the body of the email. We've also found that it is helpful that if you have an odd word, like Bitzer's $10 words, not gonna lie, those aren't even $10 words. Those are $25 words, okay? This is not inflation. This is just too rich for my blood. It's helpful if you put the pronunciation, not phonetically, but dumb American tongue pronunciation, just immediately following the word, because I read 2 to 3 words ahead, so do some of our other readers. Um, yeah.
Thank you, Donkey Dancer.
Oh, no,
That's a
you are
great example.
definitely here, Sticks. Let's see. Yes, Documancer's testimonial. Why am I being talked about like I'm not here? Oh, you're here. I'm telling the audience. I am extolling your praises. Get over it. That's fair, Bitzer. Okay. TOS safe submissions, please. You know who you are. All right. I think we have covered everything, covered the TOS, covered the website, covered sharing out socials, covered submissions. Oh, it's 2,500 words is the max limit. Technically, yes, the minimum limit is 1 word. However, about the only submission we can think of is fuck, and that doesn't have a lot of context. We do have a tagline of context is important. So yeah, give us something interesting. Um, so I think, hey, look, okay. You know what's crazy is that last night is not the first time Julie has said Izzy to Fisher. It is not the first time. I'm like, what? Did we get married and I not know about it? What the fuck?
I missed that.
No, it would have been a blowout wedding because I did the food, um,
I did.
and the
I
cake.
would have eaten well.
Right,
If
I would have.
Julie and I were married, I swear to God,
the world would end. The world would end, but you'd be nice and plump.
you, you'd have the money for the food that fattens me up another 60 pounds.
I would.
You would.
I would.
And the only problem is Julie is legally married. So we're not going to break that law. All right. Thank you also. Earlier this afternoon, I put into general chat, hey, we've got so many. We're going to have to do 2 nights this weekend. So thank you so much for your understanding. We've got 2 nights. We broke it out, listed who was on the first half, who was on the second half, and then put in a couple of bears because we use Track Bear to track the writing goal as a group, as a collective, not just what's read out on the show. And basically, it's a hey, way to go. There is no comparison. Comparison is the thief of joy. We are not in competition with one another. However, if you do friendly competition, that's between y'all. The shippers are, oh my God, no, no, y'all stop. No, no, no,
Look what you
no.
started.
We're not shipping Julie and
Actually, look what
Izzy.
Stick started.
It's all sticks. It's all sticks. I mean,
I mean, I
hell, one
got
of
you
my
with stick with it,
exes
so
thought I left him for cash. So, I mean, there is that. It's not the first time that I've been shipped with another woman.
He's the same one that thinks that the child you were having in the hospital 2 years later was his, or worried about it anyways.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, even though he was 5 years older than me, he was obviously. I dodged a bullet with that one.
Yes, you did. There are several you dodged a bullet with, dear.
Yes. So the bear responses were number one, if you could not make your designated night and you wanted to read it live, respond with one emoji, and we would get you moved over to the other night. And then the other bear emoji, the polar bear, was uh if you were okay being moved because you were on available both nights. And I think we're going to kind of move that way forward, doing that kind of stuff, doing announcements early in the day and going, hey, if you're not available, and you want to see the live, there we go. Um, yeah. Bears can be cute or they can rip off the side of your $1 million trailer. Look, I resemble that remark. All right. Are we ready? Prompters, audience, are we ready? Because we do have two new submitters tonight. One is an old friend, uh, back from our TikTok days, come to join our chaos. Julie might have bullied him a little bit. And one is a new member of our family who came over with one of our author interviews. Very much happy to have both of you here. Uno, dos, tres. Hey, our dear friend from the woods up in Canada, CR McCormick, uh, submitted. I don't know that I see her hanging out. Anybody got a line on McCormick?
Saw her the other day.
Yeah. We got the VOD after the fact. I miss having her around.
I know. I mean, we got her. No, she was just in chat, right? She wasn't on stream last week, or was she?
Correct. Yeah, might have interwebs issues, might have internet, might be nose to the grind writing.
Writing.
So, yes, the VODs are always on your side. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Put her pretty picture up. Let's fix that. There we go. Because it's June, lost and found.
That's right. Is this her birthday month or Patrick's?
We don't have a birthday month.
I
No,
thought
I was
somebody's birthday was.
describing what I was kind of picturing for our monthly graphic, and she whipped it up in like
Gotcha.
5 minutes, if that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have a mild trigger warning of gunfight and on-screen deaths of unnamed criminal buttheads. There, there's your warning. What in tarnation? Bear with me here. The color of the text is white on white. I don't know how that happened. It could have been my birthday month, but I am a benevolent cyber god. Sticks. Technical difficulties. What technical difficulties? Sorry. This is just there. That's better. Okay. Seriously, white on white. I don't know how that happened. It's fine. If Zach thought his focus had been struggling before, today was definitely testing its limits. Today was the first day that Gwen was heading in to take a proper look through the building Riley had bought for the art museum. She was going to be there for hours, going over the available space and looking over renovation plans drawn up by the architect Riley hired. They'd had to rush through breakfast a bit, and leaving the house had been nerve wracking for both of them. Gwen had clung tight to his arm as he led her to the SUV parked right in front of the house, and he'd waited beside her passenger door until he heard it lock. Only then had he swung around to the driver's side, unlocked it, and gotten in. Dropping her off at the museum was agony, and the only thing that had kept him from following her in was the fact that Bryce had met her at the sidewalk. Zach would have been more appreciative of it if Bryce hadn't flashed him a knowing smirk and a wink as she walked Gwen inside. Gwen wasn't his priority. His priority was Riley and whatever job she gave him to do that day. He was irritated with himself over how many times he'd had to remind himself of that today. It had been one thing when Gwen was safe in his home. The building Riley had bought for the museum was private property, yes, and there were plenty of security there along with Bryce, certainly. They hardly lived in a world that followed the law. However, and Zach found himself checking his phone after every job he finished that day, terrified of news about Gwen being snatched. Getting out of the SUV, Zach lit his sixth cigarette of the day and sucked a quarter of it down in one hard breath, exhaling hard as he looked around. I don't know if people realize how difficult that is. A quarter of a cigarette in one hard breath. I'm sorry. Just that's
Must smoke kings.
well, yeah, unless you're smoking the other stuff. Their phones had all buzzed a couple hours ago with an alert from Mateo that he'd caught several men in his bar trying to sell cocaine. With the death of the Dolan twins, Liam and Lila, at the hands of Carter, after it had been revealed the two of them were looking to take over the entire syndicate for themselves, the selling of drugs had become Carter's sole responsibility, since Riley had never wanted anything to do with it. Carter had since taken steps to limit what drugs were allowed to be moved in the city, and cocaine had been one of the first he'd banned. The alert of people trying to move cocaine had set off a tedious hunt through the city that eventually routed to this building by the docks, with news that one of their mid level distributors had apparently struck a deal with outside connections to resume Lila's cocaine supply. Said distributor apparently had caught wind that he was being looked for and had barricaded himself inside the warehouse, with no news about how many other people were in there with him. Casey said Ricky hasn't been spotted leaving yet, so as long as there isn't a basement exit, he should still be there. Be here. Riley spoke as she slipped out of the SUV and joined him in front of it. She looked to the left and hummed curiously. Carter's car is here. Think he's killed him yet? Zach let out a soft scoff and Riley laughed with a nod. Yeah, he'd be perched on the hood of his car, grinning all arrogant like. She turned her gaze to a nearby building. Casey, did you see Carter head inside? Zach studied the building while Riley listened to whatever response the other enforcer was giving her and barely held in a smirk at the exasperated groan Riley let out a moment later. Of course he did. All right, well, glass shattered without warning, and Zach barely had time to drag Riley behind him and reach for his gun before a body hit the ground in front of them. He stared at the crumpled form of the guy they'd been looking for, then turned his gaze upwards, spotting Carter leaning out of a now shattered fourth floor window. You say that about my wife again, you bastard! He roared down to the unmoving body. Riley let out another frustrated groan, rubbing her face and muttering under her breath. She's not your wife yet, Carter, Riley called up to him. Carter snorted before disappearing back into the building, and Zach took a step towards the body, though he quickly skipped backwards several feet and pulled Riley along with him as he heard Carter yell, Heads up! Down to them. A few seconds later, multiple overstuffed duffel bags fell to the ground, some of them landing on top of the broken body. Zach waited until he saw Carter stick his arm out the broken window and give a thumbs up before approaching the bags. Crouching down to unzip one, he let out a soft grunt and turned to nod at Riley. She immediately pulled her phone out and dialed a number, coming up to stand beside Zach as he poked through the rest of the bags to confirm the contents. Hey, Mum. Yeah, we found Ricky. Well, Carter found him. Apparently, something uncouth was said about Evie, and yep, all over the ground, she agreed, sidestepping some of the blood that was starting to ooze towards her heels. Yeah, we found the supply. 4 duffels so far. We're gonna. But Zach turned to watch her and stared in growing curiosity at the annoyance quickly showing on her face. But, Mom, wait. But we don't know how many are in there. Well, yes, but no, I refuse to believe he cleared it all on his own. Casey has been. Casey, has there been any gunfire from in there? The answer was apparently no, considering the aggravated snarl Riley let out before she turned her focus back to the phone. Fine, but I still want to clear the building myself first. Yes, I know, Yes, I know. I know, Mum. I'll be there soon, she muttered, hanging up and scowling at Zach's expectant face. Mum wants me to come in for dress fittings, she hissed, which had Zach lifting an eyebrow. I know. I told her, but she refuses to give up just yet. Claims she's found some designs that will fit me better than the suit I picked out. Zach stood up with 2 of the duffels in hand and headed for his SUV while doing his best to keep his stoic mask in place, trying with every fiber of strength not to smirk at the thought of Maeve lovingly bullying her daughter into dresses he knew wouldn't fit Riley's taste at all. It wasn't that Riley disliked dresses, simply that Maeve was very traditional when it came to weddings and was already ruffled about Riley being Carter's best man, which meant that while Maeve would make sure Evelyn was still the star, Riley was no doubt about to spend the rest of the evening trying on dresses made of intricate Irish lace and in countless different shades of blue. And if Riley was spending the evening at Dolan Manor, that meant he had a very good chance of making it home in time for dinner, assuming Carter had indeed already cleared out anyone who'd been holed up inside the storehouse with Ricky, and their work there was already nearly done. He just stashed the last duffel bag in the back of the SUV when 3 cars came screeching up to the building. Zach immediately shifted to stand in front of Riley, his hand reaching under his arm to rest on one of his guns as he watched the car doors open and a total of 7 men got out. Evening, people, one of them called out, strolling lazily towards Zach and Riley. Any of you seen Ricky around? Yeah, He just took a quick flight out of here, Riley called in response. Zach realized in that moment the men gathering around them couldn't see Ricky on the ground. Zach's SUV was blocking their line of sight to the crumpled body. Carter was still inside the warehouse, and Casey assumedly still had the group in his sights. They were technically outnumbered 4-7, but they'd had worse odds. The man who'd spoken looked back to his friends with a sneering smirk, then twitched sharply and crumpled to the ground. At the same time, Zach caught the faint sound of a bullet whizzing by from the direction Casey had posted up in. Both he and Riley pulled their guns free and dropped down behind Zach's SUV while the remaining 6 men broke out into a brief panic, wasting precious seconds trying to figure out what had happened. By the time the half dozen men had pulled their own weapons free, Zach had them in his sights, with the SUV's passenger door blocking most of his body, and Riley was crouched down by the back of the vehicle. Ricky's out of commission, boys, Riley called to them, and Zach watched them all turn their guns towards the direction of her voice. He took the opportunity to hit one of the men in front of the group in the throat with a shot from his handgun and watched in satisfaction as they all panicked once more. The little crack ring you all were trying to set up is over. We already told you all. No unapproved drug sales. And cocaine is definitely on the list of forbidden product. Zach's ears caught the faint creak of a window being pushed open from above his head, and he flicked his eyes up in a rapid glance to confirm it was Carter and not someone who'd indeed been hiding in the building. Relieved to see the youngest Dolan aiming a hefty handgun down at the group, Zach took aim once more. A quick flicker of pride washed over him as the back of the man's head splattered all over the guy behind him, and he watched 2 more drop from either Carter or Casey. 2 men were left standing, and both of them dropped their guns, stretching their arms up high above their heads. Zach rose up slowly from a spot behind the door, careful not to expose himself fully, and keeping his gun trained on the 2 men. His eyes moved repeatedly between the 2 men and Riley as she eased slowly into sight as well, her gun also lifted. Carter's window screeched as he pushed it fully open, and Zach glanced up to see Carter was now sitting on the window ledge, in full view as he held his gun on the group. You two are very lucky men, Carter called down to them. We're going to need some information about whose idea this was, and we're going to be asking you two separately to make sure your stories line up. If if they don't, we're killing you both. So, best that you both be telling the truth. Riley gestured for the men to come forward, nodding her head towards the warehouse. I prefer a bit more privacy for these kinds of chats, she said with an icy look in her eyes. It had been a while since Zach had seen this side of Riley. Ever since she and Dominic had begun spending time together, the Ice Queen persona Riley had carried for years had begun to melt away, letting him see glimpses of the snarky, playful side of her he'd known as they grew up together. The fact that she was turning cold again was proof of how furious she was to have found people breaking the very firm rules the Dolans had set. Zach knew that whatever information the men gave them, whether it was lined up or not, they weren't leaving the warehouse alive. He'd known how the rest of the evening would go the moment the men's cars had pulled in. He just hoped the interrogating didn't last too long. Gwen was done at the museum at 4, and he didn't want to be late picking her up. Gwen was riding a wave of happiness and satisfaction she hadn't felt in years, not since she'd first opened that small museum for the first time. This museum was going to be so much bigger than hers. There were 3 floors as well as a basement, and the front room opened up clear to the second floor, with twin winding staircases that led up to the loft connecting it to the second floor. She already had half a dozen ideas of things that could be showcased between the stairs, and even now, as she waited in the open space for Zach to show up, her eyes were roaming over the walls, imagining what the place could look like on opening day. She could either do a permanent installation between the stairs, like a fountain, or she could have a platform of sorts set up to show off changing sculptures. She could also hang something from the ceiling, recalling the massive aquatic dinosaur figurine that hung from the aquarium ceiling while they had the ancient ocean exhibit. Gwen was studying the doorway between the stairs that led to the rest of the first floor and reconsidering the placement of the gift shop when she heard the front doors open. Spinning on her heels, she felt everything in her light up as Zach walked into the building, eyes already on her as he crossed the floor in long strides. She met him with a smile, her hands outstretched with the urge to take hold of his and squeeze. At the last second, she chickened out and instead gestured around her, smiling happily. Isn't it amazing? She breathed, turning once more to look around. All these huge windows, and the ceiling is so high. We can easily hang banners to announce new displays when we get them, and there's so much floor room for standing features to showcase. And these stairs, I couldn't believe it. But those banisters are solid oak, and they're in such good condition. And Gwen immediately silenced herself when she realized how fast she was talking, giving Zach a shy smile. Sorry, I'm rambling. I know, and I bet you're tired and want to go home. He stared at her in that intense silence he always carried with him, then turned to glance around the place once before looking at her again. Tour? He eventually asked, and Gwen felt like a fire was swelling up inside her chest, heat rushing through her and her breath seizing in her lungs from the level of excitement that gripped her. Absolutely, she cried happily and gestured quickly for him to follow her, giving a quick wave to Bryce as the woman was walking out the door now that Zach was here. Her excitement grew even stronger when Zach shadowed her without hesitation, keeping step with her rapid pace easily. Okay, so keep in mind that a lot of rooms are going to be changed. We've got a lot of walls we're taking down to make room. Obviously, this will be the lobby and entrance where all the signage and eye catching stuff will be. Through here is where I'm thinking of putting the gift shop. Dun dun dun.
She's leaving us at the gift shop.
Sure!
She's not here for you to yell at her.
She'll watch the replay.
Yeah, apologies for the skipping. I've been watching over here and watching YouTube just kind of lag more and more. Uh, well, we'll see what we got to do. All right. For anyone curious why Julie and I were sitting here snickering as we were, or me trying not to smile, that is from Char's. That's the book that she's currently working on in her Dolan Syndicate series. Um, I didn't know anything about shark fin soup, which is an abomination, by the way. But Carter, who was in here, is in the first book in the series. And when I got to that part where he like damn near killed a chef for serving shark fin soup, I went on a deep dive rabbit hole of what is this? What? Hmm. The horrors. So, if you like accuracy and some spice and some toucher and die and mafia, the Dolan
Well, you also have a
Syndicate.
very sweet thing with Mobster and the PTA, and that has to deal with Atticus and if I'm not mistaken, a 6-year-old.
Yeah, a child in school. That is a love story of a different kind, like almost like a
Yeah,
parental.
that is parent.
Yeah, that's more of a parental love story within this world. But I have them all over there. I think my neighbor's a mobster. I think I'm playing for a mobster. Luck of the Mobster is a one of the
Novella.
novellas. Mobster under the
Mobster
mistletoe.
under the mistletoe.
Mobster in the PTA. Yes, yes, yes.
No, that wasn't Julie Rage. That was simply Char.
Alright. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna close out of that because I don't actually need that. There we go. I had to get to the right
In
Right
that
screen. You know,
video.
when you've got 4 monitors. All right. Spinny spin spin. Up next. Trisha.
Ooh.
And this is actually one of Trisha's longer submissions.
Yeah, it is.
So very, very proud of Trisha.
Sorry, it's been raining here. Yes, there's a lot of lag.
I've been noticing most of the day today, there's been a lot of like issues with my phone reception. So I'm wondering if it's these storms are causing issues.
The storms very much could be, and the storms are also causing a lot of
Breathing issues.
yep.
Still gross. Still absolutely gross. Because Izzy read that part. Now Izzy had a hold of the books before I did. So Izzy comes up to that part in the book. She asks me if I know what it is. I'm like, no, I've never heard of it. So Izzy ends up in a deep dive, and then she's like, I'm like, do I need to look at? She's like, no, no, you're not looking this up.
Oh, all right, Trisha. Alpha walked me down to my room. When we got to my room, he said he would see me soon, and I went into my room. I lay down on the bed. I tried to relax, but I was unable to. I kept thinking about shifting. I wish I wasn't infected with lycanthropy. I was crying. I wiped my eyes. Allura, you are stronger than you think. You can do this. I went and washed my face. I got my things ready for when I change back. Then I sat and waited to go meet up with the rest of the pack for the run. It wasn't long before I heard a knock on the door. When I answered it, I saw Peter standing there. Are you ready? He asked. No, but let's go, I responded. Everything will be fine, he said, trying to comfort me. I know everything will happen like it's supposed to, but this is rather scary to me, I said as we walked. I completely agree, Peter said. I'm not saying it's not, but I can tell you that you are not alone, and we all go through this, and we will be there for you. I nodded, okay. I felt a little better after what Peter said. We walked out to the back of the pack house where there were several tables of food. I looked at Peter and he smiled. It takes a lot of energy to shift, so we eat beforehand to help us shifting. A woman with long dark hair and an amazing smile walked up to Peter and myself. Hey, Peter. She hugged him. Sorry I'm late. It's all right, Jordan. Peter laughed. This is Allura, the newest member of the pack. He turned to me. This is my sister Jordan, the residential hippie. Hey, I am not a hippie, she mock yelled at Peter. Hello, Jordan. It's nice to meet you. I offered my hand. She took it. It's nice to meet you, too. My brother can be a major pain. I didn't realize Peter had any siblings, I said. I don't like to talk about family, Peter said. Our family is not pleased that their kids got infected with lycanthropy on the same camping trip, Jordan said. So I am not the only one whose family is unhappy with the fact that this happened, I said, motioning to myself. Oh, no. A lot of us have family that has minimal to no contact with their families, Jordan said. This is Alura's first full moon since she was attacked, Peter said. I was happy with the change in subject. Oh, you are really new then, Jordan said, surprised. Don't worry, everyone here is very supportive and we can help you through your first shift. I have heard that, I smiled. Let's go eat before all the food is gone, Peter said. I had the feeling he wanted us to stop talking about shifting. We got plates of food, then sat at a table that was emptier than the others. We talked and ate while the others at the with the others at the table. After all the food was gone, we helped clear the tables and took them back to where they were stored. Then we all went closer to the woods. Come on, Allura, Jordan said, offering her hand. It's almost time for the run. I took her hand and allowed her to lead me closer to the woods. When we got there, I noticed most of the pack was undressing. I looked at my feet. I could feel my face flush. Allura, are you okay? I heard Peter ask. Yeah, just not used to being around so many unclothed people. I couldn't look up at him. If you're uncomfortable, you can go over to the outdoor shower. You can undress and shift in there. He took my face and made me look him in the eyes. The only reason we strip is because it gets expensive to replace clothes all the time. I'm not used to how comfortable people are being nude, I said. That's understandable, Jordan said. Let's go over to the outdoor shower and I can be nearby or inside with you. I nodded. I think I would feel better alone, I said. That's fine, Jordan said, leading me to the shower. The shower looked like an outhouse, but the walls didn't meet the ground. Once I entered, I saw a plastic cabinet mounted to the wall. That must be where you put your clothes, or maybe a towel to keep them dry, I thought. On the back wall, the shower head was mounted with a hose that ran from it to under the wall. The door, like the walls, didn't touch the ground. I got undressed and placed my clothing on the little chair that was in there. There was a knock on the door. I opened the door a crack and saw Jordan standing there. Everything okay in there? Yeah, I am just waiting to feel something to start the shift, I said nervously. That will start as soon as the sun is fully set, she said. But it is going to be painful. You should come out and let me and the others help. I'm not sure about being nude, I said. I have not seen anyone but my mama nude, and that was only because I didn't knock before I went into the bathroom. Jordan smiled. I didn't like that smile. Once you have shifted a few times, you will want to be nude more. I doubt it, I responded. Honestly, it will happen. You will notice how much warmer you will feel. You will want to be nude, you will stay cooler. Jordan Morgan, you will stop pressuring her, scolded an older woman. Jordan ducked her head like a little kid who got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. The older woman walked up to her. The woman looked like a grandma with long salt and pepper hair in two braids. I giggled a little as she was in a muumuu. She stopped in front of Jordan. Jordan Morgan, it's your actions like this that keep scaring away all the new members. The older woman scolded with her hands on her hips. Now, you will apologize to Ms. Brown. Yes, ma'am. Jordan turned to me. I'm sorry, Allura. Now go join the members of the pack who like showing their bodies off, the older woman said. Yes, ma'am. Jordan turned and left. The older woman, who was no more than 5 foot tall, turned to me and smiled. Hello, Miss Brown. I am Inga, one of the elders of the pack. Hello, ma'am, I said shyly. Here, put this on. Inga handed me a muumuu. Most of the women and some of the men of the pack wear these on nights of a run. They are cheaper to replace since we make them. Mr. Morgan didn't tell me about these, I said, putting on the muumuu that swallowed me. I stepped out, holding my clothes. Put your clothes over there. I put your name on one of the baskets so you can take it to your room. I also put another muumuu to put on when you shift back. she said, pointing me in the direction I needed to go. And for Peter Morgan, sometimes he forgets that some need more modesty. I went over and fought my basket. I put my clothes in it, then turned to see Inga was behind me. She smiled up at me. Now, let's go to where the others are. She led me to a small group of mostly women who were all wearing muumuus. I started to relax some at that point. This is Ms. Allura Brown. Inga introduced me to the group. The group greeted me warmly. We are the group within the pack who are not comfortable being completely nude, one of the women said. Does the alpha know? I asked. Oh, yes, Inga said. He usually has a towel around his waist. The rest of the pack had been covered when they first started to shift, then they decided to go without, another person said. Which is fine, but some get rather pushy, while others forgot to say you can use a towel to cover up or a muumuu, Inga said, a bit frustrated. I nodded. I knew the outcome when I came, but I wasn't prepared for the nudity. Most new shifters aren't. But you will get used to seeing other pack members nude. But you do not have to be comfortable being nude around other pack members, Inga said. I'm sorry, Trisha, but I am having a very difficult time saying nude this many times in a row.
We could start a drinking game.
We could start a drinking game. But again, sometimes you just have to get the thoughts out on the page and you go back later and adjust and use different words here and there. Just how many times can we get Izzy to say nude tonight? And there I did it again on my own. I started to feel hot like I was running a favor. I started to panic and looked over to Inga. Breathe, you are starting the shift, she said, rubbing my arms. I'm scared, I whispered. It's okay. We are here. Just breathe. I tried to just breathe, but the pain as I felt my bones shift and lengthen made it hard. I heard someone say, It is okay to scream. The pain is very intense. I wasn't sure who said it, but I took their advice. I allowed a scream to escape as I felt my skin tear and black fur was exposed. Soon my screams became howls. I heard other howls as well as my own. After what seemed like hours, but was only minutes, I was lying in a puddle of goo, panting. A white wolf came over and licked my face as if to tell me I did well. It nudged me as if to tell me to stand up. I stood and looked around at all the wolves. I realized I stood taller than the others. I noticed colors looked dull, but the world seemed sharper. I will have to ask about that later, I thought. Soon other pack members came to greet me in their wolf forms. Dun dun dun.
Trisha!
I'm sorry, the amount of times the word nude was in there was 100% bringing me into it because she was so fixated on it, the girl.
And
'Cause
it's from her perspective. So, I mean, totally.
it kinda helped me. I know it was a little bit much, like, but at the same time, a
It
teenager
got you in her.
focusing that on that.
It got you.
Yeah,
It
that's
got
the only thing
us,
she's focusing on.
the readers, the listeners, to really understand where her headspace was at. We don't think
Yes.
about it, right? We don't. When we see all these shifter books out there and, everybody's, werewolf this, werewolf that, it's like the practical side of it. When you shift clothing, and clothing is expensive. You start tearing through all of your clothes, like what's so
And let's face it, some materials don't tear as well as others. So you could
Right?
get you'd have a werewolf stuck in a pair of jeans.
Right? Exactly. So, it's just it's the fact that Allura was so uncomfortable with this because even though she intellectually knew it, when faced with it, it's like that's all she could think about.
Right.
Nice, nice, nice. All right.
A nude experience.
All right.
That was a
I'm
great
going
one.
to ask one of you nice ladies to do the next one.
Okay.
Yes, all part of the fun. Oh my god, I have not heard Skyclad in a hot minute. Luna! Luna, Luna, Luna!
Oh, that one's
Julie?
mine. That one's mine. Hold on a second. I'm getting it. Da-da-da-da. Make sure I'm in the right one. Yeah, I'm in the right one. Okay. This one has been expressively asked for me to read, which makes me wonder why. But it's Luna. So, attention. It has been a while since I've written about Phoenix, but I hope y'all like this one. Please let me know if you need any blanks filled in for the last chapter. Thank you and enjoy. The Devil's Boot Treads. Hope I get this pronunciation right. I probably will not. I'm just viewing near dusk upside down still leaves me odd for two different reasons. It is a new perspective every time, and it is always the closest I can get to viewing the sun without succumbing to its fatal effects. I am hidden away in my belfry, safe enough from the light. The mobs have been fed, though, or those nearly mindless soldiers, knowing only their bloodlust and the fighting and the fight. Emmanuel, even though he leads the mobs, still sulks about his husband Amaris being taken away in punishment. Adding to this, his fiancee Clary has been her own taken her own leave of absence in hopes of bringing her mentor home. The
Metamore.
moment the moment that the sun disappears, huh?
Metamore. Like amore. Metamore.
Metamor. Okay, Metamor home. The moment the sun disappears behind the horizon, I feel the strength and my senses heighten despite the pit forming in my stomach. More often than not, lately, I find myself aching for those or for its soothing warmth. Despite its contemptuous burn, it hates its hate of my kind. I still yearn for it. I would very much enjoy finding my own path of sunshine, or my own patch of sunshine, one that I can keep close. The night does not seem to care. A gust of wind bringing with it a wonderful scent of shadow flowers and various animal scents. I am unable to relax long as an order permeated perme- permeated this decrepit soured my nostrils. I frown as a whistle echoes through the new night, and and the illusion of goosebumps chase themselves over my flesh. It is familiar in ways I wish it was not. A heavy, hollow thump beats within my chest. I nearly groan. I but I bite down lightly on the inner bottom lip to quell the worst of it. There is no blood drawn, there's no blood drawn, and the pulse inquisiates silence yet again. Here I demand your presence, underling. Do you heed my command and to bring or into me yourself bring a a compulsion at the summons knots itself around my neck, and I am helpless to deny it. And the longer I delay, the tighter the pressure becomes. Slipping my feet from their metal bar, I free fall, eyes open. Sometimes I wish these types of descents would last longer, create a bigger impact. At approximately 6 feet from the ground, I rotate into a high crouch. My knees barely bend to avoid creating or before to avoid cratering the concrete, and I allow my feet to fly over the pavement. The architecture bleeds together, leaving me to rely on my senses of hearing and smell. Many humans out there, many humans are out in droves, unaware of the predator among them. Insane fools. This is not a bodice ripper that leaves women swooning over the monster. My dissension. Hold on a second. I gotta. Mona! Okay. My dissension is a forest on the outskirts, and the pressure around my throat loosens. At the same time, air here feels heavier, as though the trees themselves are holding their breath, and the atmosphere crackles with ups, upspent energy. Steeping over the tree line, I focus my vision in between the enormous trunks. It provides the or it provides the why do I keep saying these? To be unnecessary as the stench from before increases near tenfold. Perhaps I should not have worn my formal dressings on such a venture. A long sleeved black shirt with ruffled cuffs, white stripes resembling a corset down the front, black slacks, and low heeled shoes. There's no discarding decorum, but I shall be considering my choices moving forward. I pull a pristine lavender colored handkerchief from the left pocket of my slacks and rush of water fills my ears once I advance into a small clearing. I have been led here to this secluded area by a madman who understands only the slavery of his whims despite his much older age. My voice is level, coolly neutral. Hold on a second. Elron? Elron? I know you are here. The handkerchief meets my nose, the lilac infused square calming me somewhat. My ears twitch, straining to grasp any sound besides the elements. A baffled cry rings out, and I focus my attention east. From of trees, a copse of trees, bolts a deer, fear and desperate desperation wafting into my senses. Before the creature is able to hide among more trees, it is taken to the ground. Horrific wails tunicate into the silence. For a brief moment, the twinkling stars in the ame- amethyst dressed sky hold my attention because of my afflicted state. I am able to see them much more clearly, and I am grateful. The stomach churn of bone joint or join bleh, crunch of bones join the metallic stench of blood. Monster though I am, even I have limits on what I can bear. I return my handkerchief to my pocket, though the stench has not dissipated. Enough of the lilac scent to reside within my nostrils. His voice is smoky, guttural, gargling from the meat in his mouth. Fleeting, fledgling. His Brazilian accent is heavier than the last time we met. My gaze remains on the sky. The word fledgling grates against my nerve endings, but I keep my expression impassive. I am well over centuries old, and I'm not consumed by my bloodlust anymore. Something he doesn't understand. Oh, I understand it perfectly well. I simply choose to indulge. Sorry. I balk, having forgotten about our telepathic connection. Distance distance and focus influence it the most. My chin falls, and I am met with his eyes spaced far apart. What the fuck? Roughly 5 inches away from his nose, on either side, fresh coral, fresh coral. Scars, small and large, intersect, zigzagging, crisscrossing over his face. His skin is the color of light mahogany, and he has bird-like talons where fingernails should where fingernails are supposed to be. That is an odd, interesting combination. Oh, that's because that's the phoenix. Okay, never mind. Uh, blood drips from his lips, his chin to soak into his ragged beggar's clothes. Ah, young phoenix, you should truly realize by now that the kinship, such as ours, will never be built upon secrets. There's not one truth that you can hide from me. His black pointed tongue darts out to lap a bit of the deer's blood. My stomach churns and my mask slips minutely. I focus inward, latching onto the memory of a face that is as beautiful as any sunset. Her kindness and sweetness have kept my dear heart warm during many cold times throughout the decades. Reluctantly, I allow her memory to fade and my mind goes blank, tentatively venturing calm. I ask, is there some truth you believe me to be hiding from you? Hmm. Urine grin Urine's grin is wicked. His sharp knife-like fangs crimson. He rakes one hand through his unkempt black gray hair, evoking the imagery of an unhinged scientist. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Sorry, not in the story, but you know. He steps closer, his bare feet making no noise across the forest floor. Only a few inches separate us, and he gazes up at me. He hisses, the mobs, my boy. Do you comprehend why they've become feral? Only ever living to fight and feed until they die? Recklessness and inattentiveness combined with lack of proper guidance? Sometimes they do not take well to their transitioning. I have seen it happen countless times, although I have never given my blood to anyone or taken my fangs to their flesh with the intention of creating tragedies. That is the standard, yes, but it's in their blood. It's in the blood. The desire born through the connection. If the giver or receiver does not want the transition, then it will not take. Urine glides around the perimeter of the clearing, or worse, it will create an abomination. He burrows, or he his brows furrow, while a smile etches onto his lips, or even a masterpiece. I do not understand. I rotate in place, following along with Urine's circling. What masterpiece do you speak of? Furthermore, is there dissatisfaction among the great old regarding the mobs? Urine stops dead in his tracks, a slate, a statue made of flesh. A deep, sinister light pierce, pierces me when he stares. The hint of the insane king I had met long ago rise rising to the surface. Two masterpieces, my fledgling. He approaches, cold hand gripping my face in an almost loving hold. I do not shy away, nor do I avert my gaze. It would be beneficial to insult him. It would not be beneficial to insult him, no matter how much I yearn for it. His tone is sober, prideful, almost fatherly. You, my boy, created from my very own venom, my own blood. Your missing eye, but a small sacrifice within the greater scheme of our operations. His eyes narrow, and something that passes a tepid smile curves his lips. Something I was warned against attempting with you, but I understood for the moment we I understood from the moment we met you, a dirtied street urchin struggling to survive, and I, with all of my intuition and benevolence, that this would be our accumulation. His hands drop away and he stepped back, arms clenching behind him, gazing off to the right into the trees. Urin's pride is frustrating, but also fascinating. I do not deny that in my des- desperation to live, I had given him permission to commence my change. Eyes as black as a devil's, cold hands, and colder fangs, freezing my neck, my blood, the very inceptress, epset, epic ugh, of me. Only afterwards now do I regret it. I sigh, pushing the pain aside, but a trembling gives me away when I ask, the second masterpiece? Something more, a malevolent chuckle eases from his lips. Not a gargoyle, not a senseless, unstable thing sulking from the sewer to gloat. Aaron's head tilts this tilts the side, his eyes still entraced by something only he can see. Evolution, my dear boy. The dumb fear. It is said that Aldvik himself could not even dream of such a thing. A violent shaking encompasses me. Her face returns to me, this time twisted and frozen in terror. It is merely a legend. Such things cannot be possible. The great old has spoken of its illegitimacy. How could I am the great old? The very head of it. Urine scoffs, finally turning back, his eyes his eyes ablazing hellfire. They are wrong. Those doting or dowering fools remain secluded, trapped within their ancient, narrow-minded ways. Only twice within our record history has it happened, but that is two times more than ever believed feasible. He rushed back to the deer, gripping one leg, hoisting the dead creature over one shoulder. Go to the archives, Phoenix. Learn the truth for yourself. I track his movement with enough time to watch him sink back into the darkness. Anger outweighs my shock, and in a rare moment, I allow it to surge to the surface. Why was I never informed of this? He echoes from every corner. It was not permitted before now. No evidence besides that. It is not your place to know. So do not, so do remain quiet about it. Yersin, I scream into the night, only my voice answering. There are only two reliable reasons I can surmise for him passing along this information. One, he has found the Dumbfair and is biding his time, or two, he intends to make one. Regardless of which decision, the outcome will have irreversible consequences. Abandoning the forest, I race back to hollowed graves. If there was, or if there is any record of this newest Damphir and ones before, if yours word is to be trusted, I will find it in those archives. Burr, burr, burr. What the actual fuck?
That was loud. That was well written.
Yes. Although we couldn't see Julie's facial expressions because she was half off the screen.
Sorry.
Holy shit. Swear to God. Like, I don't like Alarian. I don't like him at all. Yeah, no.
Comes off as a very bad hombre.
Whew. Alarian can fuck all the way off. All the way off. Holy snaky. Okay, we are at the hour and 45 minutes actually being live, like broadcasting. We're about an hour and a half into the actual show, and we do have let me update here our save and refresh. Okay. We have 7 left tonight. So, let's see who our next victim is. I may have to step outside. We'll see because it's really starting to get hot in here. No AC, thunderstorm. I may need cool air. So, let's see who we got next. Duck!
Do you need me to take this one, Izzy? All right.
Doc, I love you, but you're eloquent and my voice can't handle it.
Hers is the one right before my under mine in the email box. Yes. Okay. Okay. After a long day of finalizing shade adoptions, I noticed the sun dip from its peak. It nutted the shoreline's horizon, casting shadows over my normally leisure-paced town. Yellow pigments blended into orange stains along the ever-spanning coastline, but light always drew in the umber that we humans feared. Outliers, the unknown, cryptids birthed by Nyx within her darkness, as the local lore goes. The creatures scuttled beneath the trees and between the bushes, scratching at children's windows when the winds murmured cosmic secrets. As the sun dropped further from day into dusk, the townies surplused, surplus, surpulsed with unease. All the light posts stirred, dripping iridescent beacons onto the street, guiding noisy children to their homes before enormous, shadowy shades arose from slumber. The kids' mothers held their skirts at the front door, ushered them inside, and hastily threw purified salt at their porches before locking the doors tight. A new fatigue swept me as I wondered if those mothers knew that some shades enjoyed dipping into the ocean. Crashing waves did nothing for my waning energy. My zest chipped away until I stifled a yawn. I was BEAT. I just wanted to sink into my porch's chair and crack open a cold soda as the sun declined beyond the golden hour. Maybe a shade would approach my porch. With all my windows open, some briny summer gales swirled effortlessly into my shabby abode, swaying my plaid curtains. My parents left several months ago in a rush, but I stuck around and refurbished all the salvageables. It's all mine. My hand stretched halfway in my fridge when my pocketed phone chirped and trilled for my vigilance. I sighed and, despite myself, answered. With a fake can do attitude, I chimed, Elm Martin's Oddities. On the other end, a woman sobbed her woes. I barely recognized her name, but I still attached it to an image. Too small her attitude, brown curls wrung impossibly tight, and her tone dug like jagged nails onto a chalkboard. Her bashful son liked my drawings on my adoption flyer. Their names matched, like most locals in this town. Victors and Victorias, the Kaylas and Kyles, but their particular names lived somewhere under my vast knowledge of cryptids. Still, I had to ask her. Maybe I could in a roundabout way. "Ma'am," I asked tiredly, "who did you adopt?" She babbled even more, and I pushed down my bubbling ir- irritants. "Come on, Elm, control the saltiness. Do it for spooks." I reached for my memo pad, which rested on the counter. My notes told me that this family had adopted spooks a week ago. Way too early for an adoption failure. They were only in the adjustment period, the messiest part. "Spooks, you say?" I questioned. She went on for another minute, refusing to let me speak. When she took a breath, I injected as quickly as I could. He's under your son's bed right now? Spook's my favorite shade. Okay, they were all my favorite, but the petite ones are precious. He fit in my palms. His oozy form is like a fluffy bird's plumage. Look, no one really knows what a shade is made of, friend. His beak was the only bone in his body, I presumed. Some potential adopters said he had too many eyes, but his charm atoned his appearance. Besides, who got scared of a little thing that fell asleep to a snack? The individual who evoked the aerial shade, that's who. Only a few weeks old, Spooks is conjured up when a little girl fears loneliness. How ironic. She could have had a companion, but his otherness had the girl shrieking for her father. One thing led to another, then someone called me away from home and he fell into my hands. That's how the story usually goes, and I knew how it would end the moment I walked in, but I just can't help but fall for the little guy. I ached when I let him go to this boy's family. Relief waved over me when I learned that he got along with the boy, but Spooks had it out for the mother. Ma'am, I said as calmly as I could muster, have you fed him a midnight snack? I peeled my ear away when she screeched and shut my fridge. This will be a longer phone call. The busybody yapped and yapped. God, she could talk. I sagged against the humming door as she rambled about the monster under her son's bed. I clenched my very not chiseled jaw at that word. Monster, wacko, outlier. It all meant the same thing. Someone or something unwanted. I'm not a romanticy lead role for a spicy novel. I'm just a guy who survived scoliosis in high school. Locals called for my services. No one ever wanted me, and everyone wanted to be wanted to some degree, even shade. All my creatures settled beneath this tiled floor. They hugged the fronts of their crates, fast asleep in my cozy basement. Every shade needed my help, but the Seashore Council wouldn't let me keep more than 3. Sorry, I'm having trouble breathing. And the creatures weren't allowed to roam all alone. The council feared free range would make the entities stir-fried. Total hogwash. But who besides me would bother to learn that? No one, that's who. This lady's ruthlessness matched the council's biases, thinking such a creature deserved the word monster attached to them. The grip on my phone went tight as the injustice thudded against my rib cage. I took a deep breath, centering breath. Breathe in positivity, breathe out the bullshit. It doesn't matter how many square meals you give him, I said slowly, laying it on her thick. If he doesn't get his midnight snack, he'll rebel. I may as well have been speaking a dead language. Apparently, Spooks redecorated her kitchen furniture, stacking everything in the middle. I smirked. That was classic horror. When she waited for my reaction, I explained that he was trying to tell her something. She scoffed, but that gave me more silence, which gave me the opportunity to continue. He doesn't care if it's gluten free as long as it's not sugar free. That's right. Make sure to refer to his pamphlet. Yeah, okay, he's coming out. Very good. Good night. I hung up before she could utter another word. Now, my cold soda. As I squeezed the door handle, my phone jiggled and jangled again. I groaned, hoping it wasn't the obnoxious broad. She was such a hassle. I donned a winner's smile and picked up the call. Yeah, that's me. A gentleman shared interest in adopting Locke. a recent rescue from the town's outskirts. So much for soda and the sunset. This was more important, though. I can't keep them all. My name is Elm Martin, and I live in a world where fears manifest into entities called shades, named after the pigments they emulate. I don't know why they're here, but my mission statement is to make sure each shade has a home before they disturb the coastline's water nymphs. Dun dun dun.
That's adorable.
I know. I want
And
one.
why would you not read the pamphlet? You adopted this cute little creature thing. Why would you not read the pamphlet? Obviously, he's got to have a midnight snack. A hangry shade is not a happy shade.
Exactly.
That is just fucking one
I
on one. He's attacking you. Give it food.
I really love the picture that you painted in the beginning, that first like opening with like the colors in the sky and everything. That was absolutely fantastic.
That was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely adorable.
Yes.
Bravo. Bravo.
I want more. I want to know what
I
happens
I
to this
want
little
more of that.
kid.
And honestly, you could have. I mean, I love it where it was ended. Gave us all the little pieces. But what does that one do? Like the previous one, the one that's under the bed, spooks. He manifests when people are lonely. Okay, what does Locke do? Yeah, because they're all critters now, and we're all gonna adopt them. And you know, hey, if we can get one that's tall enough to get shit off the top shelf, I won't need anybody else. Uh, You okay over there? Okay. No, everybody, you have not lost sound. We're just waiting on Izzy. Just
Keeping track of something. Okay. Woohoo! Now, I'm going to apologize right up front. We are dropping like 56% of our frames, and apparently, I have a low internet bandwidth, whatever. Oh, that was my nail. Doing the best we can, kind of keeping monitoring of things. Uh, we are done right now reading docs, and you guys are right now, as I speak, listening to halfway through docs being read. So, thank you for your patience. Things are delayed. Um, it's life. My God, not liking my lungs.
sounds like they're trying to revolt.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
I
really
think
are.
that's what's happening.
All right, next.
And it's been fun.
All right, Ace.
Guys, you mind taking that one? It's short. Izzy, is your fan going in the right direction? Okay, just double checking. Yeah,
This one's called
and it's
Get
raining.
Out of Here.
Can't open your window yet, can you? Okay, do you have a box fan you can stick in front of that?
No, it's really, really super loud, and it's actually been commandeered by a spawn.
Okay. What in the hell?
I knew how it ended the moment you walked in my office, yelled John as he stared at the bump on Carter's forehead. Carter, you walked right into a tree before you even entered the forest. Of course, the air felt heavier. The trees were holding their breath to keep from laughing at you. And this map? John brandished a yellowing parchment in his right hand and barked. It says the island is infested with mythical creatures. Carter, you're not trained for diplomatic missions. Latrine duty for a month. Dismissed. Carter stood stunned. John threw the map at him. Get out of here. Carter turned and exited through the doorway. Last name first. First name, middle name, last. Get your form basics straight next time. The door slammed shut. Dun dun dun. Short and sweet.
Okay, now Ace has got Izzy giggling off. I mean, short, sweet, to the point, but it was like, okay, now Izzy already can't breathe. We don't need to get her laughing.
So that was the end.
Okay, I might need more of that.
That one was one of, I think that's the one I've liked the best out of all you've submitted so far, Ace.
Right on, right on, right on. And for those that don't know, Ace Ace and SP Starros will be on Book for Friday this coming Friday. So set your calendars, get everything ready. And as far as I know, it will be Kesh and Sticks handling that interview on Friday night. I am reluctantly taking a day off. I have been told that I need to take better care of myself and actually let my team do what my team is supposed to do. So I have been ordered to take a night off. That will be my night off. Yeah. As you see, Izzy's over here beating me with her fan like she's not even bringing air over here. She's just like popping. You know what's bad? It is so humid in my house right now that I have a ceiling fan on. I have an air conditioner in the other room. Usually it's cooler in here. Mm-mm. I'm sitting over here freaking sweating balls right now.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
E.L. Grover.
E.L.
You want,
Grover.
do you want me to take over reading tonight, Izzy?
I think it's going to be best until Izzy can catch her breath again. Izzy will handle the wheel. We will figure out the reading.
All right.
I'm the TSSM tonight.
So E.L. Grover.
Now, for the record, E.L. Grover is one of Julie and I's friends from way back in the day on the TikTok. When we first opened up the author interview submissions, like trying to garner interest, and then it took us forever to get around to doing it. Mr. Grover was one of the first ones to fill out our form. So we hung on to it, and we are very thankful that he was willing to be tracked down, brought over, and has submitted before he's ever even been on the show, even though prompts aren't really his thing. But this way, you guys can kind of see what it's like. He's booked out later this summer in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, in a couple weeks.
And if you like what you hear tonight, consider picking up the Tronus assignment.
Also on audiobook. A lot of Grover's stuff is on audiobook.
Andrea unrolled the map once more, comparing the faded ink of her late father's sketches to her GPS. The screen showed only open water, a stark contrast to the massive, uncharted landmass her father had insisted existed. For years, she had accepted his offshore drilling job as the reason for his long, sporadic absences. Growing up, it was a cycle of months away, followed by months at home. It was only after he retired and after she had completed her double major in zoology and marine biology that the truth began to itch at the back of her mind. Every time she had pressed him for details about his work, he had deftly steered the conversation towards her studies. The memory brought a bittersweet smile to her lips, as he had been an eccentric, loving father, but clearly he had been keeping secrets. A week before he passed, he had asked her the hardest of requests to take his remains and her mother's, who had passed in childbirth, to the island on his chart. As an avid sailor with 2 solo transoceanic crossings behind her, the logistics hadn't been a concern, only the finality of it. Maybe I'm not ready to let go, she thought, her fingers tracing the map. She raised her binoculars, scanning the horizon until the fog parted. There it was, a silhouette rising from the sea, dark and foreboding, right where the GPS said it wasn't, but her father's chart said it would be. As the harpel drew closer, Andrea's professional instincts took over. She noted the geology, volcanic rock topped with a canopy that was far too lush for this cold southern latitude. As she sailed toward the southern coast, a shadow shifted from the tree line into the water. She watched, waiting for it to surface, but it slipped away into the deep. She shook her head in frustration, turning the harpel towards the designated cove. The ship soon glided into a well-maintained and empty slip. As she secured the lines, the island's sounds caught her full attention. The bird calls sounded slightly wrong, and some she couldn't even place at all. She also noticed the air was warm, almost muggy, likely due to a shallow volcanic vent, she thought. She shouldered her pack, the urn tucked securely inside, and stepped onto the stone path that cut into the dense forest like vegetation. The air grew humid, thick with the scent of damp earth and blooms that again confounded her. Then she saw it. High in the canopy, A branch the thickness of a man's leg bowed under a sudden shifting weight. Her heart beat rapidly in her chest, but her hands stayed steady, training her binoculars on the disturbance. Her academic mind raced through a catalog of possibilities: a primate, or a heavy avian, a big cat. So many possibilities raced through her mind in that moment. Andrea tracked the movement, expecting a lemur or a spider monkey, but her eyes locked onto a patch of iridescent fur that shimmered like oil on water. The creature shifted, its outline momentarily framed against a break in the leaves, and her breath caught. "What in the hell are you?" she whispered. "I see you finally arrived, Andrea." The voice came from the shadow behind her, calm and expectant. Andrea spun around, her hand dropping instinctively to the strap of her pack. Standing on the path was a man in khaki cargo pants, a gray t-shirt, and hiking boots. He smiled warmly, stepping forward with his extended, "Welcome, I'm Dr. Edward Sigmund. You are Jason's daughter, am I right?" Andrea stared at the man, trying to decide if she needed to pull her knife or extend her hand. He obviously knew her and knew who her father was. It made sense that her father would have photos on his phone he would share. Also, he probably planned on her arrival here, letting them know it was his last wish. "Tell me I didn't just waste that dramatic entrance on the wrong person," he said with a fading smile. "Oh, no, you didn't," Andrea said hurriedly, taking the offered hand. "Yes, I am." "Excellent," he said warmly. "How was the trip?" "Long and lonely," Andrea answered honestly. Dr. Sigmund nodded. "I can understand that. I was very sorry to learn about Jason's passing. He was a longtime friend. I'm just sorry I couldn't make it in to see him before." Andrea nodded. He understood, I'm sure. Seeing how far I had to travel off the beaten path to get here, I'm not surprised either. What is this place? Dr. Sigmund held up both hands. "Questions aplenty, I'm sure. Rightfully so. Let's walk and talk." Andrea nodded and let him lead the way along the stone path. She studied how comfortable he seemed to be as they walked, so she expected there to be no dangerous wildlife. That, or he had worked here a very long time and was simply at home, unlike her, as she kept watching the track for anything to cross. "I'm assuming, based on your expression, you weren't told anything of this place or what we do here." Andrea nodded. "You'd assume right. Why isn't this on my GPS? Officially, and well, honestly and officially, this place doesn't exist." "Okay, but how and why?" "Well, the how is simple. Lots of money," he explained. "Why is just as simple and equally complicated. This place is, think of it as a wildlife preserve." "A hidden preserve?" He nodded. "Sanctuary is more accurate. The animals we have here are singular, or in such small numbers they wouldn't survive being heard of. They'd be hunted or destroyed immediately." "What do you keep here?" she asked, curiously. Curiosity piqued like never before. "Myths," he answered. "In the simplest way of saying it, you saw a glimpse of one of our little critters, didn't you?" "Long enough to wonder what it was." He nodded. "That was Popobawa? Popobawa?" "Come again?" Andrea asked. He laughed. "It's a creature from the Zanzibar archipelago. I have never heard of it." "You have," he explained, "just not in a way you'd believe. You might hear about it as an evil spirit or a shitani." "Wait, what?" Andrea asked. The doctor nodded. Yes, a mythical creature as far as the world knows, but it's quite real and very rare. Less than a dozen rare. I'm sorry, I'm having a problem wrapping my head around this. Just wait. As they walked up the path, it gradually brought them around a bend to a large compound nestled in the forest. The space was cleared and had a chain fence and a half a dozen buildings. She noticed a few people walking around the compound, similarly dressed, and then she noticed the animals. Her feet refused to move. She just stared, feeling her own jaw slacked. There, on this non existent island in the compound yard, was a creature that her mind refused to accept. A fox, the size of a large dog, with 9 tails. This is a joke, right? She asked, her voice trembling. The 9 tailed fox was lounging on a raised platform of smooth volcanic stone, its tails swaying in a hypnotic rhythmic fan behind it. The creature's fur shifted from a fiery autumnal orange to a ghostly pale silver with every movement. Its eyes, slitted and golden, locked onto Andrea with an intelligence that felt uncomfortably intelligent. Andrea's breath came in ragged, shallow hitches. As a zoologist, she had spent her time categorizing the natural world into neat, predictable boxes: kingdom, phylum, genus, species. Her brain was currently scrambling for those boxes, trying to reconcile the impossibility of what she was seeing with the reality of her own senses. Kitsune, she breathed. The word felt absurd. Japanese folklore, they're legends. They're trickster spirits, not biological creatures. Legend is merely the world's way of labeling what it cannot explain, Sigmund said, stepping up beside her. Andrea took a cautious, involuntary step forward, her biologist's brain momentarily overriding her shock. She noted the way the creature moved. It was almost feline in its grace, yet distinctively canine in its posture. It stood up, stretched with the elegance of a mountain lion, and trotted toward the fence, sniffing the air in her direction. She felt a strange magnetic pull, a sensation of belonging that she couldn't explain. Is that why I'm here? She asked, her voice steadier. You need a replacement? Sigmund nodded. Your father kept us up on your schooling. You have 2 things going for you. You are well educated and young enough not to be fully indoctrinated into conventional thinking. How many species are here? She asked. You want to see? He asked, motioning to the main building. Inside, she stared at the mural wall across from the main door. There, photos of animals that defied traditional zoology and various handlers, including her father. He was in almost every photo on display. Andrea stepped closer to the wall, her fingertips hovering over a faded photograph. It was her father, looking at least 15 years younger, wearing a thick leather gauntlets and feeding a creature with wings and hands instead of feet. In another, he was chest deep in a turquoise pool, helping guide what looked like a horse with a skin more akin to a frog into a transport harness. He was our lead. Okay, I've never seen this one before. Ethologist? I hope I'm saying that right. Sigmund said softly. He understood their behaviors, their diets, their stress triggers. When he retired from the physical field work, he spent his time at home writing the very manuals we use today. He lied to me my whole life, Andrea whispered, though she felt no genuine anger, only a profound, heavy awe. He protected you, Sigmund corrected gently, and he protected them. But he always intended for you to know the truth when you were ready. Come into my office for a moment. He gestured down the hall to an open door. The office inside was a chaotic blend of a modern zoologist's workspace and an antiquarian's fever dream. High resolution satellite maps were pinned to the walls right next to the ancient hand drawn parchment scrolls. Sigmund moved behind his desk and pulled a thick manila folder from a drawer, sliding it across the polished wood. Andrea looked down. Sitting on top of a stack of non disclosure agreements and security protocols was a freshly printed ID badge. It had a photo from her university file, her newly minted degrees listed below her name, and the title Junior Handler. She stared at the badge and looked up at Sigmund. You knew I'd agree. You knew I'd sign up. Sigmund smiled, warm and entirely unsurprised. I knew how it would end the moment you walked in. Because of my father. Because of the way you looked at the kitsune, he explained, leaning back in his chair. Most people, even brilliant scientists, panic when their worldview is shattered. Their brains reject the anomaly. But you didn't look at it with fear or denial. You looked at it with a pure analytical wonder. You are your father's daughter, through and through. The mention of her father brought her back to the reason she had come here. He wanted me to bring his remains and my mother's here. Sigmund chuckled. He'd been insistent about that for many years. Andrea felt a smile creep across her face. That does sound like him. There is a reliquary partway up the side of the volcano, ancient as this place and the resting place for more than a few of our keepers who felt the commitment. Is that a requirement? Sigmund shook his head. No, just something for those who wish. Some do have families back in the world. Some out here is all they knew. So it's as home as it gets. Andrea nodded and signed her name on the line at the bottom of the paper. Minutes later, walking her way up the path, getting a guided tour by Dr. Sigmund, smiling at each new fantastic legend made flesh. Her badge hung from the lanyard around her neck, its rhythm matching the happy, steady beat of her heart. That's it. That's all. I want
404
more.
out of story error?
Yeah, that's a 404 out of story, or like 100%, 1000%. Where's the rest of it? Keep reading. I'm starting to lose my voice, but I want to keep reading.
Emery, man, welcome to the show. But what the fuck?
I even had.
Yes, you pulled your kid.
You even got your little foxy.
I'm suddenly forgetting the word that I wanted to use. Uh,
A prop
demonstrative model.
demonstrative model.
Now, the only downside is that this is a seven-tailed fox, not a nine. But you know, build a bear.
Semantics.
It was apparently limited.
It's semantics. And a cute little bow tie.
Yeah, actually, this is a cat collar that Will found at a thrift store. It has a shirt collar on it with the bow tie. And
Aw.
since we can't get any of the cats to wear it, Kitsune wears it.
No, Kitsune is kind of captive, so doesn't get a choice.
Doesn't get a choice. Welcome to the show, Emery. All right.
All right, who's our next one up?
Next.
I'm After this next one, I'm probably going to need to take a short break to go get myself some more water and some other stuff.
Well, what if we take a short break right now? We've got 4 left. Shay, CM Weller, yourself, and our other newbie, Jeffrey Martell. We take a quick little break here.
Little quick intermission, people.
We've done a lot of reading tonight. Y'all,
Showed up and showed out.
yes, indeedy. All right, so we're gonna throw up the be right back screen real quick, and we'll be back. There's the be right back screen. Eyes going wonky. Okay, we're off.
Hi, guys.
Surprise.
We have a guest reader. As everyone has noticed, Izzy has not been doing too hot, so we asked Ace to come on up. Or Ace. Well,
Our
sorry.
names both start with an A.
Sticks.
It's okay.
Yeah. Sticks to come up and help read. And there's Julie.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. The stream
Ace is
delay is pretty
perfectly fine.
serious.
Not getting in anything. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Now I know, but it's okay. Hello, everybody.
I'm not hearing any.
I'm not hearing anything. Hey, everybody, how's the sound coming through? Are we good or are we no good?
No, I just verified. Everything sounds great. I don't hear Izzy, but
Yeah.
they all hear me talking
Izzy
about
will
it.
be fine, Bitzer.
Hello, hello, everybody. I see you all in chat. Thank you. It is me, the local TSV, and the one of the hosts for your Friday night Booked for Friday segment. I've been asked to step in and do my best Izzy cosplay for the night. Don't judge me too harshly. Let's see if I got this down. Hold on. Hey there, y'all. My name's Izzy, and I got a bunch of cats, and I love stray kids. If you didn't know, I grew up on a farm. That's why I put on a southern accent for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And
Oh, I thought it was
yeah,
because you hung out with me all the damn time.
I'm your dedicated reader tonight. We should get to spinning that dosh darn wheel.
Apparently, I am not the only one who has never won tonight.
C.M. Weller.
Ooh.
All right, I'm just going to jump on into it then. Oh, goodness. These are names that I haven't had to look at on a page, so bear with me. Frederick Cinnaba spent a lot of hours lying on his stomach while the other three were tending to affairs in the bay. Mr. Ronan had apparently spent his childhood diving for oysters and new tricks for plumbing the depths of San Francisco Bay. With Miss Planche pretending to fish on the little sailboat, the Confederates should be none the wiser to the foiling of their plans. As for Senor Vargas, Hercules, he was finding ways onto the rooftops and high places of Alameda, looking for places where a sniper might nest and marking them on a map. Which left Frederick aching, alone, and falling into a melancholic despair. He thought he was dying when he slurringly confessed in botched Spanish when he told Senor Vargas to his face how much he was in love. He had expected the devil to turn up in order to welcome him to hell. But no, he was alive. Burned, butt shot, as Miss Blanche put it, and nursing a cracked shoulder bone as well as a fractured heart, waiting, watching the door to his bedchamber in Miss Blanche's establishment, listening to the ongoing party in the bar below, and the sounds of luckier folk enjoying the entertainment of Miss Blanche's working women. Why had he been such a fool? Why had he said anything? And why, most of all, had his dear Hercules let him say it? Was it really a look of concern in his eyes, or the fear that had plagued Frederick's stumbling confessions before he found Arthur? Frederick felt tears sting his eyes, and then soak his pillow. Oh, Arthur, he mumbled into his bedding. Oh, Hercules, mi amor, mi corazón, estoy perdido. The door opened, but not to reveal Hercules. On the other side of the portal was Miss Lottie, tray balanced on one hand and a large bottle in the other. The bottle was one from Miss Planche's apothecary. Powerful stuff indeed. It could make any pain known to mankind nothing more than a dream. Syl said to come treat you when you started moaning. Not my usual line of work, I know. Usually, when a bedmate's moaning, I'm doing very well. But you, sweetie, are clearly not. Lottie measured out a careful dose from the bottle and helped prop Frederick up enough to drink it. His left arm was confined to his side, palm against his collarbone, so that he didn't disturb the crack in his shoulder blade. That, and the injury to the opposing gluteus maximus, made everything awkward, painful, and mortifying. Mostly because all he could wear to his sickbed was a long nightshirt and, if the evening was chilly, a pair of woolen socks. It did not help that the nightshirt in question was one belonging to his alter ego, Miss Francisca Rye. For normal slumber, Frederick much preferred a lover's arm and a satisfied smile. Alas, none of those were available. The medicine was starting to work. He could feel the stinging of his skin beginning to ebb. The hearty throb of his shoulder and rump begin to soften. Good boy, Lottie purred. Now let's treat those burns and change your bandages. She started drawing up his nightshirt, Miss Rye's nightshirt. Madam, I am in an uncivil condition underneath, he said. Well, tried to say. Miss Planche's amazing medicine thickened his tongue, so all that came out was civil considerum. He tried to struggle, but the medicine made him slow and clumsy. We've all seen the nude human form, darling, Lottie soothed, not only easing the nightshirt up, but easing him back down for treatment. Many of them in sorrier condition than you. If it weren't for the burns, your skin would be astonishing. You're like a marble statue underneath it all. Miss Planche's famous plaster peeled away with a soft sucking noise. Oh, all that red. Poor sweetie. The good news is that you'll only have scars from the bullet wounds. No signs of infection, of course. Syl knows her stuff. Packed and treated cotton descended on the bullet wounds. One of Miss Planche's creams went over the rest of his singed acreage. Lottie had a light touch, and the cream was soothing above and beyond the influence of the medicine. That's a good, strong back, said Lottie. I'd love to dig my nails in it one day. But I understand your affections aren't aimed in my direction. It seemed like everyone knew his predilections. What surprised him was that few objected. The only people who did seemed to be objectionable themselves. But as for Senor Hercules Vargas, the vaquero gave no sign regarding what he wanted, what he was looking for in regards to a bedmate, or even a permanent partner. Lottie added cleaner strips of cloth over the cream, then added the mending paste over the top. The warmth of the plaster and the smell combined with Frederick's sorrows as more tears spilled. Hercules, Frederick intended to mourn. All that came out was, Hercules. Don't worry about him, darling. Lottie smoothed the paste over everything and began laying more strips over the top. He's a nice young man, good conversationalist, clever fingers. That was an odd chain of praise. Clever finger? Mm-hmm, Lottie agreed without further elucidation. She began humming some ancient ballad as she worked, which, in combination with the medicine and his sorrows, lulled him into slumber. When he woke, the day business of the Sallow Mermaid was underway. with Miss Blanche's voice reporting to the Emperor. Frederick was not close enough to the main hall of the Mermaid to hear the words. He could distinguish Miss Blanche's voice and the occasional low rumble of Mr. Ronan's alongside the Emperor's declarative voice. He could not hear Senor Vargas's light tenor tones. He must have submitted a written report and elected to stay away. Frederick sniffled, watching the door blur as the voices continued downstairs. The door creaked open, and a slight figure twirled in like a dancer, even without his poncho or serape, even with his vision blurred by his own tears. Frederick could recognize his adored vaquero. Frederick squeezed his eyes shut just so he could see Senor Vargas a little clearer. The floorboards barely creaked under his cat-like tread. Ay, hombre, Senor Vargas sighed. Oh boy. I apologize for what comes next, y'all. Te asiste pedasus. He tentatively approached, careful, peering to look briefly into Frederick's eyes. He eventually sat on the stool that Lottie used to hold the tray while she was busy with Frederick's medical care. He found his anxiously twining hands fascinating for long, agonizing minutes. No puedo quererte. This is terrible. Es complicado. More self wrestling. Soy complicado. It took a great amount of effort for Frederick to lift his right arm. Senor Vargas, he managed, still blurry from the medicine. Todo irá bien. Jamás insistiría en mi pretensión. Loco gringo, he said, oddly affectionate. Senor Vargas took up Frederick's hand in his, clutched at it, like he had to let go but didn't want to. Frederick's heart fluttered up into his throat, made him blurt, Hercules? Senor Vargas took many deep breaths, ground his teeth as if he were making a troublesome decision. One heel jittered against the ground as the vaquero stared at the door. Soy, he said, and stopped. I have secrets, he managed, each word a battle to come out of his mouth. I know what you want, and it is being something I am not having. Frederick could feel him trembling. His fearless vaquero? Overtaken by terror from these words? Frederick remembered what Lottie said. Clever fingers. They captured and tortured you in the war, Frederick concluded. They cut you? Te cortaron el. He didn't have the right words. Huevos? Senor Vargas's head dipped down to his knee, pressing Frederick's hand further as the young man shook. Small sounds escaped the vaquero, and hot liquid spilled onto Frederick's hand. I knew it was going to end the moment you walked in, Frederick soothed. Say it how you will. I don't mind. Huevos. Senor Vargas straightened up, alternatively laughing and sobbing. He had a strange attitude, as if a weight had been lifted from him, and yet left him more weary from the relief. Me parece bien. Me parece perfecto. Frederick, expecting rejection, was left stunned and stumped. I beg your pardon? Como? Hercules' dark eyes were bright, and a smile came easily onto his face. Hi, mi loco gringo. Veniciste. Gran timor. Gracias. Gracias. Without any other word of explanation, Hercules stood. He tucked Frederick's hand back into the sickbed and delivered a kiss to Frederick's cheek. A very affectionate kiss. When you walk again, whispered Hercules, we talk. You sleep now. He waltzed out of the room, step even lighter than seemed possible. And as if he could sleep after that. He'd begun his recuperation with the solid conclusion that he had once again lost in the lists of love. It was something of a great shock to realize that nothing was lost at all. Frederick was still lost as to what he'd said to lighten Hercules's torn or fretting heart. That, and he'd had no idea that Hercules could speak even one word of English. As Hercules's light tenor joined the conversation downstairs, Frederick realized that Lottie had left his injured rump exposed to anyone's view, and Hercules had not complained, nor had he done anything to remedy it. On one hand, the young vaquero had other things on his mind. On the other, Frederick was feeling particularly vulnerable now that the realization had overtaken his mind. And Hercules had kissed his cheek. He might get him to kiss other cheeks. All four of them. Wow, whispered Frederick, even as his injuries throbbed in time with his racing heart. Frederick was too excited to complain, not even about the pain. Love was a powerful balm indeed. Done, done, done. And done for the fourth cheek.
That
Okay, from now on, I'm gonna make sure if it's a different language, instead of the pronunciation guide being behind it, it's before it. I will figure that part out. For oh my god, I can't stop laughing.
No. Hold on. I want to clarify for the people. Don't come after anybody in the comments. Okay, a pronunciation guide was very graciously provided. It was wonderful. The problem is that I took French in high school and avoid Spanish like the plague because I sound like a white guy when I try to speak it. Okay, I can't get the accent down. So, no matter what kind of pronunciation you throw at me, it's gonna sound like "Donde está mi pantalones?" Okay, like that's the best you're gonna get. Spin the damn wheel.
Izzy, breathe! Izzy, breathe! You guys cannot see Izzy right now, but we can see Izzy, and she's turned it about 3 shades of red. And probably from, laughing too damn hard. So before she gets
that might be.
cyanotic and turns blue,
Well, I mean, I'm 10 minutes away, but we
right?
can also call the kids.
Cash.
Do we want me to read my own?
Cash, why don't you read Cash?
Go for it. I'm just here. I just work here.
Okay. Yep. So I am going to preface this because I wanted to let everyone know this is a fanfic and characters used are owned by the original author Peter S. Beagle. It had taken Lear many years to find the map that might lead to her. His father had died, the Red Bull had been defeated, and she returned home to her secluded forest where both she and the creatures she cared for dwelt. When he first sought her out, he looked for Molly and Schmendrick. Word had been they'd been taken over
They had taken over a traveling menagerie formerly called Mommy Fortuna's Traveling Carnival and made it their own. Unlike the dark prison for mythical and not so mythical beasts Fortuna ran, Schmendrick and Molly had turned it into something fun and magical for the children of the villages and towns they visited. Lear had found them. No, he found Molly. Schmendrick had passed 3 seasons before he started his search. Molly did all she could to dissuade him from his quest, but everything she said to him fell on deaf ears. She finally gave in and gave him the parchment with the map. But to have it make sense, he would have to find the ring which Mendrick used to obscure the information. So he set off to the area she told him the ring had been lost to one of the town guards in a game of chance. How much like the old wizard, Lear thought to himself as he passed through the gates protecting the community and the palace it had grown around. Talking to the guards, he told them of his quest to find his uncle's ring. A handful of the guards recognized the description he'd given them, telling him it sounded like the ring the captain of the guard wore. One of them looked to Lear, or one of them took Lear to see the captain, who listened to him. They bargained. Lear's service to him in the guard for a year, and he would give him the ring. The two men shook hands, and Lear was shown to his chambers in the guard house barracks. Initially, he didn't get along with the fellow members of the guard. Gradually, though, he made friends with a few, and by the time the end of the year of service came around, he decided to stay on for a little while longer. Satisfied, the captain gave Lear the ring, prompting him to visit his Aunt Molly, returning it to the elderly woman. He presented it to her, a warm smile crossing her wizened, cracked face. Taking the ring from him, she held it over the map, revealing the directions to the unicorn's forest. He returned to the town, serving a few more years in the guard before deciding to return to his original quest. He needed to find Amalthea. The air felt heavier as Lear approached the forest, like the trees themselves were holding their breath as he stepped in. He made his way to the center of the woods, hoping to find out where a unicorn who knows regret and love would hide. I knew how it would end the moment you walked between my trees. Amalthea's voice came from behind him. He slowly turned to face her, the painful beauty of her white coat and iridescent sheen of her horn taking his breath away. Hello, Lear. She stepped slowly in his direction, eventually within arm's reach. She gently leaned against his cheek with her muzzle, tears forming in both of their eyes as he wrapped his arms around her. The unicorn who could cry. I never forgot you. I needed to see you once more, he told her. She dipped her head, whinnying as she turned away, indicating he needed to follow her. They traveled deeper into the trees, to a clearing where a gathering of animals were. The furry creatures danced and celebrated, happy with their lives in the magical woods. You grow old, my prince, my Lear. The observation was stated as fact, a sadness in her voice. I know. That is why I needed to see you. I wanted to see you, talk to you one last time before my end comes. His eyes became downcast, looking at both their reflections and the small pond they had come upon on their walk. His eyes closed, seeing how he looked then. The wizened lines around his eyes and mouth, and the white, almost wispy hair reminiscent of his father's before his death. You're still my prince. I will love you for all my days. Leaning forward, she took a drink from the pond, the movements of her muzzle causing ripples in the still waters. I'm an old man with an unobtainable dream, he groused, standing. Slowly, methodically, he took a few steps away from her, turning after a few paces. What dream is that? Despite it all, she was still innocent, her large blue and black eyes looking through him. I think you know. His eyes went back to the surface of the water, watching as she came closer. I don't know if that can be granted. Her legs folded under her. was I trying to say there? Her legs folded under her as she laid next to the pond. At least, not in the way I think you want. I know that. It's the dream of a lovesick old man. She nodded knowingly, looking up at the waning evening sky. Her tail brushed the ground around her, a tear forming and trailing down her face. For now, let's look at the stars and talk. There are many things you have done, and I want to hear of your adventures. Breaking the silence which settled between the two, gradually he sat next to her. His old bones not as flexible as they once were, Lear leaned against her flank and told her stories of the life he had lived. Amalthea listened intently, voraciously, soaking in his tales of heroine and a life well lived. Eventually, deep in the night, he fell asleep, laying on her. In the morning, he opened his eyes, but to him the world looked different. It looked new. He stood, shakily realizing he no longer had hands. He stumbled as he looked around for her, who stood on the opposite side of the pond from him. Amalthea, what happened to me? Confused and disconcerted, he tried to get to his feet a second time. Your wish was granted. Her simple statement was obvious. It made it hard for him to comprehend. So I'm a. The word became stuck in his throat. Yes. If she were still in a human body, she would have been smiling. It was the same smile he held in his heart. He shook his head, attempting to get the hair of his mane out of his eyes when he saw something on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he froze, unsure of what to make of it. His body, his human body, lay by the pond, pale and unmoving. The human that had once been Prince Lear, son of King Haggard, was gone. In his place, a unicorn, immortal, a force of nature. Amalthea walked around the perimeter of the pond, sitting next to him on the ground, and leaned into him, the pressure of her body reassuring and calming. Is this a dream? Am I dead? He asked her. Does it matter? Dun dun dun.
Cash, you do realize that
Yeah.
shit traumatized us when we were children. You really need to traumatize me as an adult.
I went through like 3 copies of that video cassette when I was growing up. I love that movie.
I didn't say we didn't
Sorry.
love it. I just said it was traumatizing. You're not sorry. I see the smirk.
I guess we need to spin the wheel.
Spinny, spin, spin.
I didn't know that we were allowed to play off of established trauma. This opens up so many doors for me.
Lord. Yeah, don't
So,
worry. Patrick said it for us. Oh, crap.
is it Patrick?
Patrick in the comments turned around and said, or Izzy said, nobody can hear her, but oh shit. And then Patrick comes off with, oh crap. And I'm like, yeah.
Sharing the brain cell, even from behind the scenes. I see the wheel preparing to spin.
Okay. So who's it land on now? Come on, come on. Ooh. All right, Sticks, you're up.
All right. Well, it seems like I'm I have a theme tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There are some interestingly pronounced made up names in this. So thank you for that. I apologize in advance, but we will muddle through as best we can. This piece is titled You Was Last Wish. Carter's stomach lurched into his throat when the ship crested over another swell somewhere off the coast of Florida, deep inside the Bermuda Triangle. Hey, boy, are you sure this island of yours is out here? Glancing back down at the map he discovered in South America on an archaeological expedition with Professor Jackson, Carter nodded and said, I'm sure, Captain O'Brien. Sir, oh, excuse me. Sir, radar can't pick up anything, said Vivian, the navigation officer hunched over her terminal. The captain grunted in acknowledgement, his eyes focused on keeping the ship steady in the storm. Carter, I promise it's there. I know it is. You have to believe me. Glancing away from the map to the translucent creature perched on his shoulder, Carter thought back to his newest friend. I believe you, Ewa. We will bring you back home. What no one else knew, the entire reason they were on this voyage, is the spirit of a magical creature tethered to the map. It didn't take him long to realize that Ewa was the reason no one could decipher the map but him, a last act of protective defiance after their captors killed them. The map came from a remote South American village, long abandoned. Professor Jackson invited him, along with his girlfriend Shelley and a few other promising students, on the trip to gain experience toward their doctorate degrees. Without Yua's intervention, the directions became a blurry mess that gave anyone who stared at it too long a headache. The floor dropped from under him, causing Carter to stagger, his grip on the table the only anchor keeping him up. Glancing at the captain and his navigator ride the wave with grace reminded Carter that there was so much more to learn and discover. They're all counting on me. I don't want to let them down. He perceived the sensation of a tongue licking his face, and Yuwa said, My family taught us to make peace with our choices and be strong enough to face what comes from them. Shelley stumbled into the room, breathing hard, followed by Saul, the retired Navy SEAL recommended by Carter's uncle Richard, who helped fund the expedition, along with providing them with a boat and crew. Shelley brushed aside her bangs that clung to her head from the rain, the rest of her light brown hair held firm behind her in a ponytail. They first met during his sophomore year in undergraduate as in an English class. When the professor told the class that they needed to partner up for a research project, Carter took a chance and asked her. They had been inseparable ever since. The two of them cared about the past in different ways. He focused on the physical evidence left behind, while Shelley preferred learning about the people and other living things that existed. Wave, huffed Shelley. Captain O'Brien grunted, eyes not leaving the strip of ocean visible in front of him. We're in a storm, Miss Shelley. There's nothing but waves. Can you be more precise? Luke, the first mate, barged in and shouted, Giant wave, port side, Captain. See that, girl? That is how you give her a port loss, said the captain, the whale already being yanked, turning the vessel into the wave to take it head on. Ewa bumped their head into Carter, forcing their thoughts into him at a rapid pace. No, 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 no. This is not a normal wave. I have to stop it. Please help me. We must go out there. The boat jerked and Shelley lost her footing. Carter reacted, bringing her against his chest as his back slammed into the table, but he recovered. He winced in pain, but before she said anything, he leaned in, kissed her cheek, and said, There's a force keeping us away from the island. This isn't a normal wave. Don't be daft, boy. I've been sailing these waters for decades. A wave is just a wave. Hurry! The wave will sink us if I don't stop it. Carter brought Shelley to arm's length and said, Sooner or later, sir, you will need to face the fact that there is nothing normal about this expedition. Expression shifting from confusion to panic, Shelley gripped Carter and said, "No, you can't. We have to go now." Ewa's panic grew by the second. "I love you, Shelley. Trust me." Leaning in, Carter kissed her on the lips, slipped her grip, and ran toward the door, past Luke, who stared at him in confusion. He heard Shelley yell, "Saul!" followed by the sound of heavy boots behind him. The crew responsible for maintaining the deck scurried about, ignoring Carter. He gripped the rail along the bow and thought, "It's your turn." Allowing Ewa control over his body, Carter watched the wave barreling down on them and felt his mouth move as the spirit mumbled something. He felt a power of some kind draw around him before it burst forward, crashing into the wave where it rippled across its surface. The ship hit the wave head on, causing Carter to jerk forward, a strong hand gripping his shoulder, preventing him from going overboard. Carter covered his mouth in surprise. The raging storm vanished, leaving them drifting on smooth waters void of rain or clouds. There was a new heaviness in the air pressing down on him, like high humidity, but dry. He stood there, looking around in wonder while the rest of the crew, along with Shelley and Professor Jackson, emerged onto the deck. "I did it! Are you proud of me?" Ewa pranced around his feet. Their translucence became a little harder to see through. "I can go home now. Can we go?" "Soon, pal. I need to talk to my friends first. We just watched a raging storm vanish. They're probably as confused as I am about all this." Walking past Saul, who stood nearby, Shelley wrapped Carter in a hug and said, "Thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried when you ran out into the storm." Pulling back to look him in the eyes, she asked, "What is going on, Carter? How is this possible?" Brushing her cheek with his fingers, Carter said, "The reason no one believed this place existed is that it doesn't. Not really. You could say we aren't in Kansas anymore." Her smile scrunched up in frustration, and she smacked him lightly on the arm and said, "So where are we?" Carter looked down at the spirit only he could see, looking between the island and back at him, and said, "That is why we're all here. To find the place on the map, to discover the past. It's what we do." "Look at that!" shouted Professor Jackson. "Have you ever seen a bird like that?" Those on deck followed. Oh, Professor Jackson's a female. Going forward. Those on deck followed her finger to a bird flying over the water near the island's shore. Its wingspan reminded Carter of an eagle, but their feathers were as black as the night sky and appeared to absorb light at an unnatural degree. Closing the distance, Captain O'Brien stood in front of Carter, arms folded across his burly chest, and said, "You owe me and my crew an explanation, boy. I agreed to go along with this foolish plan when your uncle asked, but this isn't what I signed up for." Chewing on his lip in concentration, trying to find the words to say it, Shelley grabbed his hand and squeezed, offering her silent support. He couldn't just tell them about the spirit Ewa and how they were a magical creature from an island that existed in a pocket dimension inside the Bermuda Triangle, protected by magic against anyone who got close to entering, only to end up at the bottom of the ocean after a wave crashed into them or they fell out of the sky, or how the first people who found this place and survived long enough to come back were most likely Spanish conquistadors from the 1500s. But there also may be a time dilation between this world and theirs, and there was no guarantee they could make it back. That is what he determined so far, talking with Ewa over the course of the trip. Settling on a middle ground, Carter said, "There are secrets that most on Earth will never know about, let alone witness. We are witnessing one of those secrets." He turned towards the island, pointed at it, and said, "I made a promise to find what's hidden on that island, and that is exactly what I intend to do." O'Brien grunted and turned to walk back inside. pausing at the threshold, and said, "Do what you will. I won't risk my crew on an unknown island that doesn't exist." Carter looked at Shelley, Professor Jackson, and Saul, and tilted his head. Shelley narrowed her eyes and gripped him by the collar and said, "Don't even think about leaving me behind." "I wouldn't dream of it," Carter said, his hands up in supplication. That left the professor, who grinned and offered a thumbs up, and Saul, who looked at him, conveying how stupid his silent question was. Clapping his hands together, Carter looked down at Ewa and said, "Let's go then." "Yes, let's go." Ewa climbed onto his shoulder, and he headed back inside for his gear, ignoring the looks his companions were giving him. The captain moved in close before Luke helped the trio into the small boat attached to the ship and lowered them into the water. Saul used the paddle to navigate toward the shore. Carter sat with Ewa in his lap while Shelley and Professor Jackson chatted about all the different fish and birds they could spot along the way. "Hey, Ewa, when will it be safe to tell the others about you?" Scratching their nose with a paw, Ewa looked up at Carter and sniffed. "Need more energy. Soon." After they landed on the shoreline, Saul hauled the boat ashore and set the paddle inside. Shelley looked between the professor and Carter and asked, "So what now?" Shaking her head, the professor said, "Oh, don't look at me. This is Carter's expedition. I'm just along for the ride." With the decision made, he led them away from the ocean and into the unknown. The air felt heavier as Carter approached the forest, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. He now understood it was magical energy so condensed that it gained a physical presence. Carter remained vigilant, guiding their way thanks to Ewa, allowing Shelley and the professor to focus on documenting the wildlife and fauna along the way. With Saul in the back, his hand resting on the tactical knife strapped to his belt. "Stop! Danger ahead!" said Ewa inside Carter's mind, causing him to stumble. Holding a hand up to the woman, he steadied himself and said, "Saul, help. Something's coming." Knife out, Saul guided his three charges against a massive tree and held his ground. A giant creature fell from a nearby tree, its fur actively changing color from the camouflage it had used prior to the attack. Saul attempted to stab it while redirecting its momentum away from his charges, only to be swatted to the side, causing him to crash into a tree that left the man wincing in pain. "Ohetaiko, let us pass, Guardian," said Ewa, the first time they had spoken out loud since Carter met them in South America. Carter smiled on hearing his friend speak. Shelley gripped his arm and said, "Who said that?" The creature halted its advance towards an injured Saul and, to Carter's surprise, asked, "What Fiji?" No longer in immediate danger, Carter focused on the beast in front of them and noticed the similarities to Ewa. Sleek as a leopard with broad, muscular shoulders of a bear, it stood in place on four sharp paws with three tails reminding of a kitsune. The glowing gem embedded in its forehead left no doubt that it was a magical beast, one that his spirit friend knew. Energy gathered around Ewa until his friend solidified enough for everyone to see. Black fur with two tails. Ewa stood between Saul and the Guardian. When Ewa turned toward Carter, he felt his heart ache at the sight of the cracked gem lying dormant. "Yes, Uncle Ohe, I have returned home." Ohe bowed his head and said, "It has been 80 years, but you have been missed." Shocked, Carter said, "But it's been over 400 years on Earth." Ohe laughed, which sounded odd coming from a magical beast, and said, "Very amusing." Lowering himself to Ewa, he rubbed his nose against his nephew and said, "Come, I'm sure your mother wants to see you." They all walked behind the Guardian in silence, with Saul following in the back, his injuries healed by the Ohe. Tugging on his sleeve, Shelley leaned in and said, He's been with you this entire time? Nodding, Carter replied, When he died, his spirit tied itself to the map to protect the island. I agreed to take him home. The closer they got to their destination, the more alive the forest became. It didn't take long for Professor Jackson and Shelley to become enraptured with all of the creatures and undocumented plants. A flaming squirrel chasing an insect moving too fast to follow amused Carter. He felt as if this should be affecting him more, but the reunion between Yua and his mother grounded his emotions. Ohei roared, announcing his return home and requesting an audience with the elder. When a gray-furred beast arrived, Ohei said, This is Elder Gemma Cho. You may address her as Emma. Bowing respectfully to Emma, Carter said, On behalf of all humans, I apologize for the sins of my ancestors and can only offer the return of the spirit Uwata Fiji. The courtyard, full of beasts ranging in size and number of tails, all fell silent. The wail of sorrow broke the somber moment. A beautiful beast with an impressive 6 tails rushed forward and fell to the ground in front of Yua and said, My son, my love, I feared you were lost to us. Yua licked his mother's tears, unable to make a difference as a spirit. Yua cried tears of his own, leaning into his mother's face and said, I'm home, Mama. Carter rubbed Shelley's head as she cried into his shoulder, while his professor sniffled next to a stoic Saul. Feeling something was wrong with the map, Carter pulled it out and panicked as it crumbled to dust. He looked to Yua for help and felt his knees give out, bringing Shelley down with him. His friend smiled and said, I knew how it would end the moment I walked in, then shattered like glass, leaving behind a cloud of sparkling lights. Distraught, Carter reached out his hands and asked, Why? Why is the rest of the page blank?
We got a 404?
We have a 404.
Get right! Welcome to the group. But what the fuck?
That one got a 404 error and Julie Rage. That was really good. Thank you for that submission. I think we were all kind of on the edge of our seats.
That was a chonky one. Reading that, I definitely get why voice actors have like a cheat sheet next to their stuff now with like the books marked up with like, highlighters and like this character, this voice, this character, that voice, because I was sitting there just like trying to read ahead, like what voice am I supposed to use? Which one was this one?
You did really good. Would not have known that you were struggling with that.
Look, Izzy makes it look easy, but it's not.
For translation, for everybody who can't see or hear, Izzy's sitting in the back like, yep, I'm kind of a badass like that.
I have a feeling that Sticks is going to end up whipple balled, and it's not going to be by me.
Izzy's wasting time trying to like cover her tracks in chat when she could be spinning the wheel, so I'm confused. Okay, I want to point that. Okay, you brought it up. You said it, not me, Drizzt. So I'm gonna bring this up. Holy run-on sentence, my friend. I was sitting there the entire time going like, "There's a period here somewhere, or a comma, or some form of punctuation somewhere," and I just missed it. There has to be. Nope. It was like, "Where's Waldo?"
See, I usually do that to Izzy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all guilty of doing that. At least that one once or 3 times. To Izzy.
This this one was impressive. Okay, size matters in this case. Y'all need to go back and look at that sentence and that submission because that was an entire paragraph without punctuation.
Yeah, what
Oh,
Doc's
CL Garner.
saying.
Do you wanna run the last one, Cash, or you want me to take it? It's your call.
I can take it.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah, I can take it.
That'll be it for me tonight, folks. I hope you enjoyed.
I was agreeing with you, Doc. Oh. And he runs. All right, let me fiddle with my screen here. He said C.L. Carner. Death is a funny thing. Before it happens, some say your life flashes before your eyes. Every movement lived, mistakes made, good deeds and bad, replays in an instant as if perhaps the mind is searching for a precedent, some similar situation of which you came out on top, survived. That was not the case for me. Maybe I went out on my own terms. One final redeeming act to set right the mess I had made of my life. Or instead of showing me what was, death gave me a vision of what could have been. I knew it was over the moment Noan's sword pierced my abdomen. Yet I laughed because although I was leaving this world, I was at least taking that shit stain with me. I remained conscious long enough to watch the poison from my blade spread and the thickened black blood spill from his eyes. Then a white light grew out of the center of my vision until it claimed me entirely. I drowned in a black sea, dragged to the depths of the ocean where no light existed. I tried to fight my way up, flailing and propelling myself until fatigue won and the salt water burned my lungs. A cawing bird distracted me from my struggle, although I saw nothing but darkness. What a strange place for a bird to be. There was no way I could make it back to the surface now. The waves fought me no more as I submitted to the sea. I sank deeper into nothingness, some kind of limbo between life and death. Again, the bird cawed as if screaming out a warning. Then an arm wrapped around my waist and launched me through the water with the force of a cannon. My rescuer pulled me from the water with ease. How? Once again, I was on solid ground, coughing up the salt water I'd ingested. The world would not stop spinning. I could see, stand, or even crawl. Or I couldn't stand, or even crawl. Dying was agonizing, and I wondered how long it would be until it was finally over. I opened my eyes, and the world came back into focus. back on my feet like I'd never fallen. I inspected my body, and the wound on my abdomen was gone. A familiar voice called my name. Her tone was sweet, and it danced through the air like notes of a stringed symphony. She called down from the branches of the willow tree we played in as children, and I had to shield my eyes from the sun as I looked up through the leaves to find her. Come on, Gabe, I'll beat you to the top, Sophie called. I looked at her in disbelief. She was so young, maybe 14 years old. I glanced down at my hands, soft and smudged with ink from the Citadel archives where I'd spent most of my days copying tomes. I was 16 when I began working there. Is this a dream? Surely it has to be. No one grows younger, only older. Perhaps this is the afterlife, I thought. Dream or not, Sophie was right here in front of me, and I was not yet a man. So I was also not yet married to the Queen of Ash, nor giving my life to protect her kingdom. I grasped a centimeter of fat from the back of my arm between my thumb and pointer finger and twisted, squeezing the flesh tightly. The pain I should have felt did not come, just as I thought it's a dream. Real or not, I would make the most of whatever time with Sophie I could get. I dashed to the tree, my feet crunching in the old leaves as I ran. Even with a head start, you'll lose, I called, pulling myself onto the bottom branch as I scanned the foliage for the next step in my route to the top. Sophie giggled as she watched me calculate, and then scrambled to keep the lead she had. I was gaining on her, but as I reached for the next handhold, I heard a loud crack, and Sophie screamed as the limb she was standing on fell from beneath her. The branch below caught her in the stomach, knocking the wind from her, and she slid off it, desperately clutching to the thin branch under it to avoid falling further. Hang on, Sophie, I'm almost there, I shouted. My heart pounded, and with disregard for my safety, I hastily scaled the tree until I reached a sturdy branch above her. I positioned my stomach on the limb and dangled my arms to her. She clutched the branch with a white knuckle grip even after I had hold of her forearms. It's okay. I have you. Just let go, I instructed. I can't. I'm scared, she replied. Her whimpers were painful to listen to, and the terror on her face filled me with a courage I didn't know I had. I promise I will not let you fall. Grip my wrists and I'll pull you up. Sophie's fingers started to slip, and she had to make a choice. Letting go of the branch, she clasped her fingers around my arms. I pulled her up enough for her to find the next foothold. With a heavy sigh, I shimmied my way down to the branch below her, guided her back to the tree. Once we felt the ground beneath our feet, I pulled her into my arms. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there, she said, burying her face in my shoulder. I held her until she pulled away and would have held her forever if she'd let me. It's time for me to get home. Walk with me? Sophie asked. I nodded, trying my best to be present for the conversation, but I kept thinking about when death would pull me back to the agonizing pain of being skewered by Noan's blade. None of this was real. I was dying, but there was no reason I shouldn't make the most of it so that I could at least die happy. I stopped, and Sophie looked back at me, her green eyes shimmering. What is it, Gabe? Sophie, I have to tell you something. Promise not to freak out, and promise no matter what, we will always be friends. Of course, we will always be friends. You're scaring me. What's going on? I love you, and I have ever since we were 9 years old, and you stood up to that bully for me, and then you took me to the guild training yard and asked them to teach me how to use a sword. You need to know now before it's too late. I searched her face for an indication of what thoughts might be running through her mind. The corners of her lips upturned slightly, and she wrapped her arms around my shoulders and hugged me. She smelled of milk and honey with a hint of lavender, and the scent entranced me as her lips brushed my cheek. She threaded her fingers through mine, and we walked in silence out of the western forest and through the town square. She didn't let go of my hand until we reached her family's house. Sophie paused in the doorway. Her only response to my declaration was when she leaned forward and kissed me. Her lips brushed over mine ever so softly, and I caressed her cheek as she deepened the kiss. My head swirled with euphoria, and I dared not move for fear of waking. She pulled away and gazed back at me, smiling as she stepped into her house and closed the door. I backed away with wide eyes and a smile that spanned from ear to ear. Okay, my life is now fulfilled. I waited for the darkness of death to envelop me once more, but it didn't come. Dun, dun, dun.
By the way, this is out of the Silver Talons Guild series, so you can find that everywhere. Izzy, why is Hold My Pen lighting up?
Huh?
Thank you.
I think we forgot to mute
No,
the
no,
Hold My Pen.
Da-da.
okay. Yes, Izzy,
Oh,
Vanna Whiting over in the box. No, not a 404 error. This was specifically taken out of said books. You can find on Amazon and anywhere books are sold.
It says Kobo in the email.
yes.
Right.
So.
Oil slick. Dude, get your non-binary ass out of here. Thank you.
But he's trying to rub his non-binary ass on you.
Yes, Izzy has them. Dale Carner. I also originally purchased these in the three when they were published individually. So this is those three now in an omnibus. You can no longer get the singles. I had them on Kindle, but yes, yes. Awesome sauce. Okay, Karen.
Happy.
Happy
Okay,
anniversary to you, Pack.
Who's Pack?
to the pack team. To
I,
the
I don't
pack
know.
team. It's been 1 year since we went to pack in the readers.
Oh.
No, Pack in the
This
Readers
next
Oh.
week,
was next week.
this
Yes.
next week, this next week is our 1 year since we all descended on Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Sorry. Was not in that
You're good.
headspace.
Yeah. Well, that's when he finally got to hang out with all of his sisters. So it's a very important day for Patrick.
Really, he did.
And he got to show us how to show up and show out at these shindigs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You ready to spinny spin?
All right, yeah, let's get this show it on the road on what is going to be next week's prompt. Everybody get your voting fingers ready. I have no idea how
And
many
now
people are in
six.
here, but let's get our voting.
Now Styx gets to take back his TSV privileges and create that poll. All right, up first, concept.
6.
Oh, wow.
Growing low this morning
Morning.
or this evening.
Night.
Wherever this video live stream may find you. A person wakes up in a world where the sky is always twilight and no one remembers what it's like to see the sun.
All right. Starting first line, 88.
Line prompt. Doing this on a different laptop. With only one screen. I should have known better than to trust a place that looked too good to be true.
And dialogue, 42.
The life, the universe, and the meaning of everything.
Let me off with the live stream time comment. I'm out of the race. What? Okay. Dialogue. I thought I was alone when I found it, but the moment I touched it, I knew someone had been watching all along. Good golly, these three go very well together for you science fiction people.
Okay, so let's read them all together.
Read them again. Concept. A person wakes up in a world where the sky is always twilight and no one remembers what it's like to see the sun. Line. I should have known better than to trust a place that looked too good to be true. Dialogue. I thought I was alone when I found it, but the moment I touched it, I knew someone had been watching all along. Oh, look at Bitzer beating.
Hold up. Shit, concept just took off.
Holy shit.
Come on,
That's
people, vote,
weird.
vote, vote. I hate where the dialogue
Oh,
breaks.
Sticks.
I mean,
not wrong.
not wrong. And holy shit.
It's a good concept.
But it doesn't fit my shit. It doesn't fit anything I'm written.
What about the other two?
The other two do, but
Use the other two.
Huh? Be a rebel, Julie.
I'm always
They
a
said you
rebel. That's
couldn't
how I
do
created
this.
this fucking show.
I know. I was just getting ready to say that.
Well, I was looking to get a fresh story going for the Promptcast. Death Head.
Yes, had
I can't wait
literally
to
said
see
that
what
earlier this afternoon.
he comes up with.
Not me drinking chloroseptic like it's candy.
Yeah, I don't think we got enough people who could jump in and vote to get it off the concept at this point.
Ooh, lips, tingly, numb. Concept wins with 11.
Wow.
PA Power does make a very valid point. Very manipulative with concept. In fact, fun fact, the first, what,
Izzy, you sound like you're a mile and a
seven,
half away.
Yeah, I can
the
barely
first
hear you.
7.5 months that we did this,
It was all concepts.
it was all concepts. All concepts. And so many people were like, well, I don't have anything for that. Like, that's not my wheelhouse. That's not my this. That's not my that. And so Julie and I went searching for other kinds of prompts. And so, yeah, it still floors us every single time that concept wins. It's happened a couple of times, but it does. It really does floor us. All right. That is in the thingamajiggy for the whatchamacallit. And
Mm-hmm.
So don't forget that there's also been we're gonna make sure that we run through the newsletter either tomorrow during the day if Gremlin, Chores, and Clouder let us go through it and make sure that all of the rules are properly displayed. You'll get the information about this week's booked for Friday guests. And we'll get the prompt in there. So if you're not a part of the Discord, which why the fuck not? We're a hoot. Also, we've got various different forums over there. You can get peer review requests if you're working on something and you're kind of like, hey guys, how does this sound? Create a thread in the peer review feedback. It's called Feedback and Critiques forum. Give us your writing prompts. Just we got so much shit over there. It's not even funny. We've got resources. One of our authors that is signed up or was signed up for the interviews literally said, "Do I have to leave after the interview?" No, dude. No, you can hang out. You can hang out. Absolutely. We've got resources. If you know of good resources that helped you on your writing journey, things that helped you with grammar, things that helped you with punctuation, story starters, whatever, feel free to bring them in and add them into the writing resources and put things. This is a community, it's a co op. I mean, even. This was, we always talk about how this is Julie's brainchild and I became the designated reader, but look what happened tonight, right? Kesh has been coming up here and reading for us quite a bit. Sticks jumped in to help because we are a group of book creatives who help book creatives. And by reading your stuff out, hopefully people will enjoy how you write, even in rough draft form, or enjoy your story and will be clamoring for your book once it's published or stuff that you've already published. So, we don't charge for this. I mean, if you want to provide us with a subscription so that you can avoid the ads, that's great. That's fine. We don't ask for bits or cheer or any of that. Your presence is sufficient. It is more than enough, and we love your faces.
Exactly. It's never required. It is always appreciated. Because let's face it, what that money goes to is keeping our newsletter running, keeping equipment up to par, and programming and other things that are back end, like keeping the host healthy so we can do this every week. There's a lot that goes into it, and while we do not require it at all, we are thankful y'all do it. So there's that. Um, come back tomorrow. We've got 8 more tomorrow night. Uh, and we'll have final counts and everything then. Where we're sitting, we probably will not have that. Being realistic here, people, we probably won't have that newsletter out until sometime Sunday night, Monday morning. So be on the lookout for it, but don't be surprised if don't. I don't. I would go out with our big, don't add, don't subtract from the population. Keep your ass out of fucking trouble. Do not call me if you need bail money. I'm Poe. Uh, otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Adjust your times accordingly, and have a great rest of your night, and have a chill Sunday. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.